lie and to pretend that towards the end, Charlie was just authoring love letters to Israel, giving them a perspective of here's how we can win. Here's what you guys need to do. You need to work with this Hillel, whatever it is. Yeah, the same people that are calling me anti-Semitic, you need to work with those people harder. And he was just putting it on paper. Was it an email? What was that they were sharing? The New York Post, the Israeli Post, right? What were they sharing there? He wrote of his deep love for Israel. He had nothing else to do in May. Wrote of his deep love for Israel to a letter to Netanyahu. Netanyahu said they were close, but in the letter, Charlie puts his number, which apparently Netanyahu didn't have his number. And we're supposed to believe, did he send that as an email, by the way? Can somebody clarify? Was that an email they were sharing, or did he send it in the mail to him? Could somebody share that, please? I'm assuming it was an email. Can someone share the timestamp on that? Just kind of like authenticate that email, because I'm very aware of what's going on, okay? And I don't know how the executives over at Turning Point USA sleep at night. Challenged Turning Point USA executives to issue a very clean statement saying that I am lying if this is not true. About 48 hours before Charlie Kirk died, Charlie informed people at Turning Point, as well as Jewish donors and a rabbi, that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause outright, okay? Charlie was done. He said it explicitly, that he refused to be bullied anymore by the Jewish donors. Can you guys answer? Did he express that? Did he also express that he wanted to bring me, Candace Owens, back because he was standing up for himself? And then did he, just 48 hours later, conveniently catch a bullet to the throat before our onstage reunion could happen? It's a yes or a no. And I'm going to, again, challenge you to lie. And if you do lie, I'm going to expose the lies. And I'm going to start dropping videos, actually. So that's where I'm at. Enough of the games, enough with trying to allow Israel to wrangle a narrative that you know is not true.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live stream. I guess that's an interesting way to begin. You had it there, folks. You had it there. That is the new claim, and we are going to talk about it. No, you are in the right video. You are in the right video, Purple Rain. You're watching the right video. Oh, you like the t-shirt? Regular shift. Oh, it's nice. Yeah, my wife bought it for me. You're watching the right video, everyone. This is the right video. And yes, that's the claim, and we are going to be reacting to that. Okay, I decided to start with, I said, let me do something dramatic for the beginning of this video. And I said, yeah, this will be dramatic too. After the intro video, we're going to hear straight from Candace. And why I decided to start with that clip is one of the early comments that I received from when I posted it on my YouTube post, like advertising or announcing the live stream. And one of the comments I got was from somebody saying, Candace didn't say any of that. And I was like, wait, what? Of course she did. So I decided that I was going to, because in the post that I made, I explicitly stated what the live stream would be about and what the claim Candace is making, her recent claim, what it was. And the response I got was, no, she did not say that. So I was like, okay, you know what? The best way to start this live stream is to start by the video of her saying exactly what I said she said is played. And yeah, so that's what we are going to be reacting to. Don't worry, we don't have any other news. This is Candace Owens' day. This is me reacting to Candace Owens. We are going to listen to a lot of Candace Owens today. Okay? If you can't stand her, I hope I'm going to help you to go through this video. Okay? But as I was preparing for this live stream, every 5 minutes I keep busting into laughter. Like I just kept laughing. I'll watch the clip because I had so many clips of hers that I thought was important, and I want to get through. I wanted us to go through all of them. And every time I listen to any of the videos, I just start laughing because it was the level of ridiculousness, if there's such a word, the level of insanity is just too much. It's too much that it is comical. I just kept laughing. I was like, this cannot be real. This person cannot be real. This person cannot be real. Candace Owens is just out of her mind in the most comical way possible. Like, I'm no longer angry. I'm just amused at this point. I'm just amused. And I know, yes, this is real. This is real. Like, it's real. Her accusations are real. They have real world consequences. Unfortunately, there are people who buy the whole narrative being sold by Candace Owens and people like her. Unfortunately, there are people who take her seriously. Unfortunately, she still average millions of views on all of her videos. Unfortunately, people still pay her attention to her. She's still a voice to reckon with in the political podcast space. Her podcast is number 3 on Spotify. So, I mean, people listen to her more than they listen to Megyn Kelly. People listen to her more than they listen to Matt Walsh. Yes, people listen to her more than they listen to, who else is prominent out there? Michael Knowles. People listen to her more than so many prominent podcasters in the political space that you respect. She really has, when they say somebody is talented, she really has that talent of attracting eyeballs and getting people to pay attention to her. Earlier, I was discussing with my wife about it because we are going through some of the videos together, and then she said, if we should leave Candace Owens alone, she has hacked the internet. She has hacked what it takes to to be famous on the internet. She has hacked it. She knows that as long as she keeps acting crazy, people are going to keep watching her. People are going to keep talking about her. And she has hacked it, and now she's famous, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. This lady is making money. She's doing the YouTube thing. She's doing the alternate media thing. She has mastered it. She's the queen at this point of alternate media. And I wish people can just watch her just for the comical effect and not take her seriously. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Unfortunately, that is not the case. People watch her. This clip that we began with. This one we began with. Let me just show you. I was going through the videos and I was like, man, let me just see what people are saying in the comments. Sometimes you watch this video and you're like, let me see if there is hope for mankind.
Stage right now, and the Jewish donors are very angry about it. Extremely angry about it.
No, it's not.
But it feels good to know that in the end, truth is going to win. So
shut up. Okay. I said, let me go through the comments and just see what people are saying. This is like the video that the video I opened with. This is the video from her YouTube channel. This is her latest episode. This is from 23 hours ago. So you can see it is recent. It came out yesterday. And I said, let me go through the comments and see what people are saying. Let me see if there is hope for mankind in the comment section. And there is no hope for mankind. There is no hope. Someone said, I want to see Candace Owens do an interview with Erica Kirk and Turning Point executives. And Candace loved it, of course. Question, who betrayed Charlie Kirk? Answer, not Candace Owens. Someone's like, so this person is like, as an EMT, I've been saying that them not having an ambulance on standby is weird. We do standbys for local rappers, for goodness sake. This is somebody who's like, why was there no standby, ambulance right there? People are really spotting like very important stuff. The thing that I find very unusual was that the guy who removed the cameras and then the SIM cards used the chair that Charlie was shot in. If he was part of the team, wouldn't he be someone who cared about preserving the crime scene? But even more importantly, just the dignity of the chair used to step on it after someone you cared about was shot in their chair seems really odd to me. People are noticing. These people are noticing, guys. This is the kind of thing you see in the comment section. You're like, oh God, this is not real. This is not real. This is not real. This is not real. People cannot be this crazy. No bullet. There's no bullets. There's no autopsy. No press conference from the ER doctor. No picture of the body. This can't continue. Okay, yeah. So this is a comment that looked like it's sensible, but who knows? Okay, they say Candace is suspicious of Erica. She just can't say it yet. The reference to Charlie's life being like the Truman Show. So many people are involved in this. It's sickening. Charlie was murdered just a few weeks ago, and already it feels like the world has moved on. Even his closest friends seem to have moved on. I trust in Candace to discover the truth. Christ is Christ is king. See, I understand. Now I understand. Candace is not the crazy person. You guys have gotten this whole thing all wrong. Okay? Candace is not the crazy person. Her audience. These people are crazy. Okay? These people are crazy. These people are crazy. Okay? These people are not normal. Let's see another one. If they wanted Charlie killed and done with, they could have killed him in a car accident or other subtle way. But the way he was killed in front of thousands of people, and this ugly way, this has a purpose. I think this lady was almost about to sound sensible. She was like, I mean, if they wanted to kill him, they should have used the car accident, they should have used other means. Why do it so publicly? Maybe that means that this is just, maybe that means the official narrative is true. Maybe the FBI is not lying after all. Maybe this is not Israel. Maybe this is not some mysterious day. No, it's like, no. I think they killed him in front of thousands of people to send a message. I think this was done intentionally. Remember how Candace was like, I feel that, he was shot in the throat. I feel that's kind of symbolic. It was done symbolically. The shot to the throat is trying to show that they're trying to silence. I love these people. I went from hating these people, not hating, but despising these people. I went from despising these people to absolutely adoring every one of them. These people are adorable. These people are 100% adorable. I love them. Okay, I love them. So what we are about to talk about is something that is very crazy. Anyways, let's finish reading this comment. I think the purpose is to intimidate and frighten those who, like Charlie, dare to stand up and ask questions or criticize them. Their leader said publicly, our hands reach any place we want. Oh, whose car is making that noise? I don't know if you guys can hear it in the distance. Somebody's car is just, okay, that's... So, my neighbor's car was, the siren was... Oh, come on, man. Somebody handle that stuff. Stop interrupting my live stream. I'm about to have fun here. My audience deserve better. Anyways, the comment continues. Their leader said publicly, our hands reach any place we want. So it's not about wanting him to be out of the way. It's about warning and threatening those who dare to stand up to them. Who is them? We don't know. But this is interesting. I mean, let me just show you. It's so crazy. I think there's one I saw. Or is it this one? Oh, man, well, I can't find the comments. Maybe other comments have, outshined that comment, So people can be more crazy than the other. So this is the kind of thing that we are talking about. This is what we are dealing with when we talk about Candace Owens. Candace Owens is not the crazy person. Her audience are more crazy. And there are like 2.4 million of them. This is 2.4 million views. The amount of views this lady is raking on social media is mind-blowing. Okay, it's mind-blowing. And we are going to go through step by step everything Candace Owens have said. Like I said, we are going to go through every of her claim, all the claims she's been making since the death of her very best friend. Her very, very best friend. We are going to go through all the claims. You're going to see it in the videos. This is not me saying she claimed this. You're going to watch her make the claim. Okay? And we need to pay attention to the claims she has been making because she gets to contradict herself. Trust me, she's going to contradict herself. And these great people who watch Candace Owens are somehow not going to notice because they are so deeply involved in the conspiracy theory that they so much want it to be true that nothing anybody says, or even nothing Candace Owens herself says, will convince them that, okay, I think we've gone a little bit too crazy. No, nothing like that is going to ever happen. This is going to be an interesting live stream. Anyway, before we get into all of that, please smash that like button. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed to the channel. Smash the like button, guys. I want 60 of us. We are 60 people live right now. I want 60 of us to demolish the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're not yet subscribed. And share this to as many people as possible. If you have that relative or friend who is a staunch, added fan of Candace Owens, this is your opportunity to help that person. And even if the person is not a staunch fan of Candace Owens, send this to them. It will help. I believe this will be helpful. For the first time, I believe that my videos are going to do something meaningful. And I want you to send it to every single one of them and let them see just how crazy this woman is and the level of influence and impact that she has. Okay? So we are going to, I want you guys to do all of that. And also, please support the channel. Hopefully, we'll get plenty super chats and super stickers today. And also go to buymeacoffee.com/NIG perspective. Go to buymeacoffee.com/NIG perspective and send me your money. Okay? Give me some Jewish, money. I need it. I need it to 100%. It will help me with my mental health. Going through Candace Owens' feed. Anyway, before we go into the topic of the day, even though I've done a little introduction, happy birthday to Nigeria. Okay, Nigeria is 65 years old. Congratulations to the country. This is 65 years of independence from British rule. In 1960, on this very day, the great state of Nigeria, the great nation Nigeria, gained independence from the British, and there's been downward hill from there. We've been going downward since then, but God is still in control, and we thank God for everything. And we know that it could be worse. That's one thing every Nigerian knows. Every African knows, essentially. It could be worse, but we thank God that we are where we are right now, and God has been on our side. So yes, happy birthday to Nigeria. That's why I'm wearing green. My way of celebrating. For those who don't know, Nigerian flag is green, white, green. That's why if you see my my design for my website, you can see the green and white playing there. So that's kind of the idea behind that design. Anyways, so yeah, congratulations to Nigeria. Congratulations to every one of us in Nigeria. I wanted to do a reaction video today. I wanted to react to some of the speeches that we are giving on Independence Day, but I wondered if people were going to be interested in that. And again, Candace Owens was kind of begging for my attention, so I was like, you know what? I'm going to give it to you, my dear lady, my dear sane, normal lady. I'm going to give you my attention because you deserve it. All right, so let's get into it. First things first. I want us to start from the very beginning, okay? We have to start from the very beginning. When it has to do with the things that Candace Owens have said, we have to start from the beginning.
Of a person jumping off the...
Not just from just, no. We have to start from the beginning. This is right after Candace did her, her live stream where she was expressing deep sadness for the death of Charlie. This is the next episode. So this is right after the death of her best friend. She took a day off, and the next day she came back, and she came back with a bang. This lady came back on fire. She was blazing. And yeah, this one will be a little bit hard to watch, and it's kind of long. So I'm going to make this like 1.5 speed because we have to get through all of this as quickly as possible. Also, before we go into the listen, I announced in the post that I made on YouTube that we are going to have a special guest. And yes, we were supposed to have a special guest, but it could not happen because of technical issues. So we couldn't have our special guest, but don't worry. We'll try again tomorrow and see if we'll be able to have our special guest on. So, where does this start? Okay, let's start from here. Let's not go all the way from the beginning. Let's start from here. So, all right, let's go.
So, Bibi Netanyahu, in that phone call, which took place was a couple of weeks ago before Charlie lost his life. Charlie was in the Hamptons, and he had more than one event, but he had essentially what was staged, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman, because Charlie's thought.
No. Let's not start from there. We have to start from the very beginning. Sorry, guys. But we have to start from the very beginning here. Let's see.
Things talking about his mode when he wrote the song. When you wrote the song Power, why did we have it as our hype song? Because the song is about the ability on Friday. And for those of you who wanted to see me in a moment of weakness, that was delivered to you. Fair. Yeah, I watched my friend get shot in the neck. Yeah, that's what happened. I just want to say that.
I just want to pause and say one thing that is amazing about Candace Owens is how she has made this thing about herself. I love the way this woman has been able to deceive people into thinking that she's doing this for Charlie, when any person with good sense and who's like, okay, something is off here, can see that Candace is doing this for herself. She's promoting herself. Keep that in mind. This thing I just said, keep it in mind that you're going to see it manifest. You're going to realize that Candace is really doing all of this for herself. This is not about, for her, this is not really about Charlie. This is not really about, I believe this strongly. This is not really about Charlie. This is not really about insanity. This is not really about getting to the bottom of the truth. This is self-promotion. This is self-promotion. And you're going to see this self-promotion manifest itself.
He was publicly executed.
So the first thing Candace wants you to know about Charlie, the first thing she wants you to know about Charlie is that Charlie is her friend. She has said it like 1,000 times over. Charlie is her friend, not just her friend, but her best friend. He is my best friend. And that's one thing that Candace is going to repeat over and over again. This is my best friend. I care so much about him. He's my best friend. She's going to repeat it 1 million times, and she's going to demonstrate it in so many ways so that nobody ever forgets that this man was her best friend. They were buddies, okay? They grew up together. They came from the same neighborhood, okay? They used to, this is, just pay attention.
Again, before the world. The question is why, right? You know, when you are in a state of grief, you go through a lot of emotions, and I'm arriving right now at a lot of anger, the audacity of some people. It has taken much restraint and prayer, and I had to speak with a priest. I had to go to confession. These emotions.
Yes, Candace had to go to confession, okay? This is not about the grief and the sadness that Erica is going through right now. Forget Erica. Who the hell is Erica? Erica can burn in hell for all she cares, okay? What is important is how Candace feels right now. Candace's feeling is really very, very important. You know, if Candace is not even thinking, no, it's Candace's feeling. She's angry right now, okay? Candace is feeling real anger. She's feeling real frustration right now. So let's pay attention to Candace's feelings, because that's what matters, okay? Forget the death, okay? Forget the people, forget the wife of the man, forget the children of the man, forget the parents of the man, forget any of that. What is important right now is how Candace is feeling, okay? So let's hear how she feels.
Emotions that I am having, wanting to respond with Charlie in his own words, really. People that are coming forward and saying this is what he thought and this is how he should be remembered. It just feels really inappropriate to me. I didn't know what to do other than to scroll through messages between me and Charlie, regarding which there are a ton of them. And I kept going back and watching the many videos of us dancing to the song Power. And it felt appropriate to reach out to Ye, speaking about things, talking about his mode when he wrote the song, you know.
In case you guys don't know who she's talking about the song Power by Kanye West. And she said she was going back to videos of herself and Charlie dancing to Power by Kanye West. And she thought, you know what if I reach out to Kanye? I don't know why this is making me laugh, but I'm like, she thought to herself, what if I reach out to Kanye West right now? What if I reach out to Kanye West right now? Kanye West! Kanye West, the mask wearing Kanye West. Kanye West, the divorcee. Kanye West, the crazy rapper. Kanye West, the full-blown anti-Semite. Kanye West that sang a song that said, "Hi Hitler." Kanye West, the full-blown Jew hater. That is. But you know who she's really angry with? You know who she's really angry with? She's really angry with the people. This is unbelievably funny. Sorry, let me just stop laughing and be able to just express why this is funny. Let me stop laughing at a joke that I have not spoken yet. Although I feel like this is a practical joke. It's obvious why this is funny, but let me try. Kanye West is an Kanye West is not criticizing Israel. Kanye West is not criticizing Bibi Netanyahu. Kanye West claimed that the reason why he lost everything, the reason why his wife left him, the reason why he can't see his children is because of Bibi Netanyahu. The reason why he got locked up in a mental institution and why doctors try to take advantage of him, according to Kanye West, is because of Bibi Netanyahu. According to Kanye West, he loves Hitler. Hitler has redeeming qualities. According to Kanye West, this is that Kanye West. Kanye West has an anti-Semitism at like 5 and 6. And of course, I understand that Candace is always a huge defender of her friends, her very good friends, Kanye West being one of them. And Charlie is somebody who is a staunch supporter of Israel. Charlie is somebody who has openly, repeatedly, in public, spoken harshly about those who have this anti-Semitic mindset. That is one of the things that Charlie was opposed to. Now, people can make all the case for he was critical of Israel. Do all of that, fine. But one thing you cannot say about Charlie is that he was a full-blown anti-Semite. Although some people falsely accuse him of that, but he was not an anti-Semite. Charlie was never an anti-Semite and said anti-Semitism is demonic. These Jews control everything. Jews is the reason why everything is going bad in my life. He called it demonic. And that is the kind of person that Kanye West is. And when your best friend died, you thought about, you were so close to him, you were so dear to his heart, that the first person you thought about was Kanye West. Wow.
When you wrote the song Power, why did we have it as our hype song? Because the song is about the ability to find it within yourself to become what you know you are capable of becoming inside of a matrix. When you just realize everything is dishonest, that everything is performative, that people are dishonest, that they are going to try to stop you from being great. In fact, it's the end of the song. The question that he asks at the end of the song, that's the most important. Ye asks, do you have the power to let power go? Do you have the power to say no to power?
This is so deep. This is deep. Do you have the power to let power go?
You know, I told you guys that
Get to the sweet
things
part.
got angry.
Get
Own
to
thoughts, honestly, treasures in my mind, but couldn't open up my own vault.
Okay.
My childlike creativity, purity, and honesty is honestly being crowded by these grown thoughts. Reality is catching up with me. Taking my inner child, I'm fighting for custody with these responsibilities that they entrusted me. That's a moment where he is.
Come on. As I look down at my diamond encrusted piece, you didn't add that part. Okay.
Really speaking about how hard it is. Like when you're saying, no, this is what I believe. And they say, you're not allowed to believe that. You feel like you are fighting for custody of yourself.
Yes, and that's what Charlie was trying to do. You know, power encapsulates what Charlie was trying to do during these later months of his life. He was trying to reclaim himself. He was fighting. And many people were trying to take custody of him, and he was trying to liberate himself from the shackles of Zionists, okay? And Zionism, and how the Zionists were trying to choke him and strangle him, and he was trying to break himself free. And that song, Power, kind of... Now, here's the funny thing about this this message. Candace Owens have criticized so many people for releasing messages of Charlie Kirk without providing time stamps. That's one of Candace's biggest criticism. You're going to hear it as we move on. She's going to criticize people and say, oh, they release text messages, but they not tell us when that text messages was from. Yes, Candace releasing a message from Charlie, but not telling us when this message was sent. When was it sent, Candace? Was this recent? Or was this something that he sent way back? You know, for those who don't know, the song Power is really an old song. And, you know, I really like the song. It's a very good song. Even though, of course, every good song made by Kanye West, he often finds a way to ruin it. But it's a very good song. But she doesn't tell us when this text was taken, when this text was sent. When was this conversation? Nothing. We know nothing about it. But when it comes to other people, you're going to see Candace Owens demand that they release timestamps. She wants to know exactly when this was sent. But she's not going to tell us when hers was sent.
By these grown thoughts. Reality is catching up with me. Taking my inner child.
All right. We've had all of this. All right. Moving on.
This year, he said, one of my
this is
beings, because a great human being
has
been taken from us.
And I want us to listen to what she has a problem with, because it's important. I mean, she's sharing it with us, so it's important.
Actually, on his 2019 visit to Israel, I had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us. He was an extraordinary friend. He said, he wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year. He said, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judeo-Christian civilization. A few weeks before the tragedy yesterday, I called him and I spoke to him and I said, please come to Israel. I invited him to Israel. And sadly, that visit will not take place. But he was a defender of our common Judeo-Christian civilization. He was unbelievably excited to walk in the footsteps of Jesus here. He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel. He did so many things to defend free speech. He had his truth. He stood up for it. But he said, you can come and debate me. He invited that debate. He certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And, this is a worldwide problem. The people on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies. Whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
Okay, so that's the speech from BB. Now, any sensible person will look at that and be like, "Oh, that's a nice speech. I don't see anything wrong with that." But for Candace Owens, she's operating on a different dimension. She's going to find a problem with that. Listen to her issue with it.
Who is they, BB?
Who is they?
Who is they?
Who is they?
Charlie Kirk. We don't have to.
Now, here's the funny thing. Bibi told us who they is. He told us the ultra progressive and the radical Islamist. He said the ultra progressive and the radical Islamists, they try to silence people. They try to take people out. They did that with Donald Trump. They tried to do that with me, and unfortunately, they got Charlie. He told us who they is. And by they, of course, he's not talking about just people, but talking about the ideology that will fuel someone to go out and, commit this kind of heinous act, to silence somebody who is pro-free speech, who is trying to advocate for open dialogue with the opposite side. And he's saying the people who are opposed to the things that Charlie was saying was the ultra progressive and the radical Islamist. Those are the two things he said. I don't see anything now for Candace. Of course, I think one of Candace Owens' problem, one of her many problems, I think, and I correct me, I may be wrong, but I think one of her problems is that her level of understanding is kind of low. Like Candace can listen to someone speak and really not really understand what is being said. Somehow she's able to not really. I think her comprehension skill is really, in jeopardy. I think it is really distorted and faulty. I think it is really, really faulty. She cannot really understand things because I listened to that once and I was able to tell, oh yeah, that's who they is. He said it there. He said who the they is. But somehow Candace did not get it. Somehow Candace is like, who is they? Who is they? Who is they? And this is the funny thing. Her audience are going to be like, yeah. That's a very important question. You see, Candace Owens is asking questions. This is one thing I love about the asking question crowd. They ask questions when the answer is obvious. I can say 2 + 2 is 4. And they'll be like, what is 2? How do you put 2 and 2 together to make 4? I say when you add them together. So what do you mean? What do you mean by 2 + 2, 4? What is plus? They're going to add like the questions they're asking have not been answered. They really do that thing a lot where they ask questions and you're like, but the answer is there. I don't understand why you are confused. But no. They're asking very important questions. So listen to Candace Owens ask critical questions, okay?
Actually speak conspiracies. I'm just wondering because you said a lot there, but it really sounded like it was about Bibi trying to establish a narrative that we saw reinforced by a lot of people that, Charlie kind of made it almost sound like he died for Israel. I mean, Trump's account.
Can you imagine that? Was that what Bibi was trying to say? That Charlie died for Israel? Did he say anything like that? He's a friend. The bond, he respected the bond between Israel and America. He was a strong defender. He loved the Holy Land. What about it is what did Bibi say that Charlie himself has not said repeatedly? What did Bibi say that Charlie has not said repeatedly? What did he add? Nothing. Like nothing. Everything Bibi said, Charlie has said publicly. But somehow, Candace is saying that Bibi is making it look like Charlie died for Israel. But that is not what he said. Candace, you are claiming, this is what I find ridiculous. Candace is claiming that Bibi is claiming that Charlie died for Israel. And then weeks later, Candace claims that Charlie died because of her. Let me play the clip again so that you guys can remember. Just, some people may forget this, but let me play that clip again so that everybody can hear it.
And
just listen to this lady.
Executives over at Turning Point USA sleep at night. Challenged Turning Point USA executives to issue a very clean statement.
Listen to her.
That I am lying if this is not true. About 48 hours before Charlie Kirk died, Charlie informed people at Turning Point, as well as Jewish donors and a rabbi, that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause outright. Okay, Charlie was done. He said explicitly that he refused.
So he's saying 48 hours before he was shot, Charlie had abandoned the Israel cause. Okay.
Refused to be bullied anymore.
Okay.
By the Jewish donors. Can you guys answer? Did he express that? Did he also express that he wanted to bring me, Candace Owens, back?
Are you guys getting? Are you guys saying the person who? This is somebody who obviously is not trying to exploit the death of her best friend, her bestie. She's obviously not trying to exploit the death of her bestie. But she said 48 hours before he died, he wanted to bring her back. She wanted to bring her back to Turning Point USA. She wanted to, by the way, I thought she never left, but that's another. We'll get to that later. We'll get back to that. I thought she never left. I thought she was never out of Turning Point USA. She was always there. But you know what? We'll talk about that later. But here she is saying that 48 hours before that, before the assassination of Charlie, he wanted to bring her back. Now, see how she ties it to his death. See how she ties all this to his death.
And then did he, just 48 hours later, conveniently catch a bullet to the throat before our onstage reunion could happen?
Before our onstage reunion could happen. 48 hours later, before our onstage reunion could happen. What is Candace saying? Is this not an obvious case of Candace saying that Charlie Kirk died because of her? That she is the cause. She is the cause. What is the definition of Charlie Kirk? Candace Owens. That's what she's trying to say. She died because of me, because she was finally trying to bring me into the fold, back to the Turning Point USA fold. She was finally going to recognize me like he has been doing to Tucker Carlson. And that is why he was killed. It just happened. But 2 weeks ago, it was Bibi that was doing it. Candace she's like a leftist who is accusing you of something that you're about to do. Candace was accusing Bibi of making Charlie's death about Israel because she was planning to later make Charlie's death about herself. It's about making Charlie's death about herself. It's all about her. This woman is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Even tweeted out a photo of Charlie and an American flag and also an Israeli flag. A bit of AI used, like this is just who Charlie was. He says Judeo-Christian values. He spoke to him 2 weeks ago. Again, you would think he was busy fighting this 97,000 front war, but no, he's letting you know that he just randomly picks up the phone and calls Charlie Kirk and invites him to Israel. Why would people do that? It seems like maybe there's a little more to the story. No, there definitely is a
there's a little more to the story, and Candace is about to tell you guys. She's about to tell us the full story, okay? The full story is about to unfold.
A bit more to the story. First and foremost, that letter he is holding up, he is severely misrepresenting.
All right.
Those sentences are...
First claim here is Bibi is misrepresenting the letter. Now, listen to what she said. I think it's very, very important that we listen to what she said. That Bibi is about Bibi misrepresenting the letter. Because sometimes Candace also forgets what she said. Like sometimes she forgets. Actually, I said this. So listen carefully to what she's about to say.
For real, but I am calling upon Bibi Netanyahu, the dear friend to Charlie Kirk, to publish the letter's entire contents. Like, don't start with just 2 sentences. Publish the entire thing. You're holding it. I'm saying you're severely misrepresenting the contents, that in May, Charlie was concerned about Israel and their influence on American politics and how they were pushing things that he felt were in conflict with his beliefs, free speech here in America. Bibi's holding it up like Charlie just in May said, hey, you know what? I just want to write a love letter to Israel. That's how it was presented. Would you guys agree? That's not how it happened.
Now, this is her claim. Claim number 1 is that Bibi is severely misrepresenting the letter. I wrote this down so I will not forget all the things that she said. Bibi is clearly misrepresenting the letter. Claim number 2, she said the sentence that Bibi said, that part of the letter that he read out is real. So she's not saying that what Bibi just read something that Charlie did not write. She's saying Charlie wrote those words. Those are actually from Charlie, but that is not the whole story. That's what she's saying. Those words are real, but there is more to it. Okay? And then she claimed that the more things to the letter is that Charlie in that letter expressed his concern about Israel's influence in the US. That in that letter, Charlie felt that Israel was against American value. And Charlie in that letter claimed that Israel was in America fighting against free speech. These are the things she claimed. These are the things she claimed. And for anybody who has seen the letter, some people may not have seen that letter. We read the whole letter in the last live stream. I wish everyone who is here right now was there. So that's why I'm even going to use this opportunity to tell you guys again, please subscribe, ring that notification bell so that you always know when I go live. Okay, I usually schedule my live like 10 hours before the live stream eventually takes place, so that people will have enough time and nobody will miss it. But if you can go back, I don't have enough time to go through that letter again. But we went through the letter in the last live stream. I read every word of the letter, every word. I read everything from beginning to end. And none of the things she just claimed were in that letter. None. In fact, this is what that letter is. First, indeed, that word that Bibi read out was in the letter. It was the first paragraph in the letter. And the rest of the letter was just Charlie advising Bibi on how to improve or revamp Israel's communication strategy and how to better communicate the Israel viewpoint on this war. And how it was basically just him saying, Bibi, you are losing the information war. You are losing the communication war. And you need to do better. You need to do better. You need to get the word out there. You need to make short content. You need to have influencers. You need to really push it out there. You need to go on social media and pump the pro-Israel message. You need to be out there quick and ready to rapidly respond to false claims made about your government and made about what you are doing in the war. You need to be out there and you need to be quick and you need to be pushing this information as vehemently and forceful and quickly and as creatively as possible. He's essentially saying the same way the IDF is winning on the ground, that same effort that the IDF is putting, they should use the same effort on social media, on the internet, to win the hearts and minds of young people in America, especially in America. That he should treat the whole information strategy as a political campaign. He was giving him tips. He laid points, active points of what Bibi can do to revamp communication, Israel's communication to the rest of the world, and that Israel should not abandon it and feel like it doesn't matter. That is essentially what he was saying. Nothing of it has to do with free speech. In fact, essentially, Charlie was coaching Bibi on how to dismantle lies being spewed by people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. But of course, there's a misrepresentation going on.
Now, regarding that phone call and that invite, that also needs to be contextualized. And I'm going to do that. But first, Skylar, can we bring in a clip of Charlie from a month ago speaking about the kind of pressure that he was under? Because I think that...
And this is Candace Owens' proof. You know, some people will be like, but Candace Owens brought proof. The truth is, throughout this conversation, Candace has one proof. People don't know this, but when you listen to Candace, you might be like, oh, she has offered no proof, which is kind of true because even the thing that she uses as proof is not proof. But throughout this conversation, there is just one proof that Candace has produced. She has talked about producing emails. She has talked about, not emails, sorry, text messages, conversations. She's even talked about leaking videos like we see in the last one, that she's going to leak videos. She's going to expose text messages. She's going to show communications to show just the state of mind of Charlie Kirk before his death. She has promised all of that and has never delivered. She has never delivered. The best she has given us is Charlie sharing a clip of Kanye West lyrics to her and some other things like that. But beyond that, she has not provided any other evidence than this. This is our only evidence. This is our only strong evidence to show that that Charlie was changing his mind about Israel. This is our only evidence. This is it. Nothing else. This is it.
Also help to further contextualize this. Take a listen.
I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But some of the mess, and you saw, and you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been so unfair. They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith isn't allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was overrepresented.
No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the fifth time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper-paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white, and you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of overcompensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
Charlie, I wish you were alive, and I wish somebody has also said the same thing to you. It's not indefensible to be dumb, especially when you are a smart man. But that's by the way. Now, of course, this does not prove anything. Any person with good sense would be like, and I think that is the problem for Candace Owens and her audience. They don't know what some evidence is. They don't know what it means that something is proving something. for them, this is proof that Charlie was changing his opinion. But for any person with good sense, they will see that no, this is proof that Charlie was upset about how some people were reacting to him having Dave Smith on Turning Point USA event and having Tucker Carlson, which is something that nobody who is within the inner circle of Tucker Carlson, who is even close friend with him, and who have even openly and publicly criticized him about it, have denied. Seth Dillon has not denied the fact that he was opposed and has always been opposed to Tucker Carlson appearing on TPUSA events. He has never been opposed. In fact, he's still saying it. He has not changed. It's not like, oh, after Charlie's death, he's not acting like he has never said it. He's still saying it. And he's not like, oh, I'm going to delete that tweet. There is a tweet of Seth Dillon from the past criticizing Turning Point USA for having for booking Tucker Carlson for Amfest. That is like a known fact that people were not happy with him. And yes, I said this in my early live streams when I was talking about this. And I'm saying it again. If I was one of Charlie's donors, if I was one of his donors, I would have an issue with Tucker Carlson being on stage at Turning Point USA events. And I will be one of those who will pull out my funding of Turning Point USA. And if after his death they continue, I will still not support Turning Point USA. It's as simple as that. I don't think me not giving you my money does not make me a bad person. The same way as you choosing to platform whoever you want to platform does not make you a bad person. Me choosing not to support that does not also make me a bad person. I don't think Charlie is going to have any issue with that. He may be a bit upset with it, but he understands that if I don't support something, then I shouldn't give my money to it. And I believe he will want to encourage his donors. If you don't support what we do at Turning Point USA, or you have an issue with some of the things we do at Turning Point USA, and you feel like I'm not listening, then you can always pull out your funding. How is that a bad thing for a donor to pull out their funding? People make it, oh, there was pressure from donors. And I'm like, a donor said, I don't like what you are doing. And that is a bad thing. A donor is supposed to be okay with everything you do. I think that's one of the way people treat Charlie after his the tragedy of his assassination. People act like he's a saint. And he's a very fantastic person. Look, Charlie is somebody who, I don't know if I'll be able to, the shoe he wore is someone who's, I don't know if my feet can even fit into it. Like he really, really, really is a remarkable, extraordinary, brilliant, intelligent person, which even makes it more sad. Some of the things that he, endorsed, because any person would feel, come on, you are smarter than this. But he's really, really a smart, intelligent person. That said, it does not mean that he did not make dumb decisions and he's not wrong about some things. And people should not be like, oh, I think this is wrong for you to do. That is fine. But, of course, if that happens, he is also right to be like, I don't understand why people are angry with me about this. I don't understand why they don't want me to have Tucker on. I don't understand the pressure. And yes, some people really go over the board and be like, if you support Tucker Carlson, then you are also an anti-Semite. Some people go that far. If you support Tucker Carlson, you are therefore. I've not like Meghan Kelly, for example. I don't agree with her. I have been I have staunchly disagreed with her with her approach with the whole situation that is ongoing. But I've never for once called her an anti-Semite. I think what she's doing is dumb. I've said it's stupid. I've said it is cowardly. But I've never said she's an anti-Semite. I've never said she's a bigot. I've never said she's a hateful person. I feel she too is under pressure from the current thing, because she knows right now it is trendy to bash Israel. And that is she's wondering, if I oppose those bashing Israel, what will happen to my viewership? She cannot lie to me. At this point, it's quite obvious that it's one of the things that she is one of the things she's considering when it comes to, contending with people who are vehemently spewing nonsense about Israel and just obviously lying. And being very nefarious like Candace Owens, people who are really, 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 really crazy. But that is, that's by the way. But how does any of this prove that Charlie Kirk was changing his opinion? How does any of this prove that he's somehow suddenly, finally trying to change his mind, and that in 48 hours before his demise, he was about to be killed? He was about to bring Candace back on Turning Point USA stage and have this big, beautiful reunion. How does any of this prove that? Nothing, it doesn't. But this has been the only proof that she keeps bringing up again and again and again and again and again. She keeps bringing it up. I mean, she has brought it up countless number of times. Like, she has brought it up over, as in almost every video that she has released ever since. She has been talking about this clip. Like, this is the smoking gun. our entire case rests on this clip. Is either this clip or anonymous sources.
No, it's not defensible to be dumb, and he was under an increasing amount of pressure, not just people telling him, oh, well, you know, I'm upset with who you're inviting, but flat out telling him that he was not allowed to invite certain people to his events. They were
I don't believe that anybody told him that he's not allowed to have certain people in his events. Even Meghan Kelly, I don't believe anybody told them that they're not allowed to have certain people on their event. I feel that's how they interpreted it. Yes, I'm going to say it. I feel that's how they interpreted it. I've seen it happen in front of us on social media where somebody is criticizing Meghan Kelly or criticizing any of these persons and being like, why are you doing this? And then they're like, I have the rights to do this. I have the right. And everybody's like, nobody is saying you don't have the right. We are just asking, why are you doing this? Don't you think this is bad? And many of them are like, see, if you continue this, we are going to stop listening to you. And that is, and for these people, they interpret it as, oh, you people are asking me, you people are demanding that I do certain things. There are people who have announced on my comment section that if I continue talking about Islam, they are going to unsubscribe. Imagine me interpreting that as saying, these people say I am not allowed to. No, they're not saying that you are not allowed. You are allowed. Are they going to stop you? Are they going to put a gun to your head and say, never? Are they going to get you deplatformed? Are you going to be deplatformed? Have any of these people been deplatformed? Of course not. You can say whatever you want to say. You can do whatever you want to do. You can associate with whoever you want to associate with. But if I don't agree with it, I'm not going to get along with it and go ahead with it. It does not mean that anyone is saying you are not allowed to do this. Of course, you're allowed. It's one thing. That's one thing I need. That people like, I don't understand if they don't understand this or if they did not expect it. I think people like Charlie Kirk and Meghan Kelly did not expect it. But I feel it is expected and should have been expected. What I think they did not expect is that they did not expect that they are going to say things that are, or do things or platform people that are problematic and controversial and not get pushback from their friends. I think they were surprised to get pushback from their friends. They're like, no, this is friendly fire. How will you be doing this to me? And I'm like, of course you're going to get pushback from your friends if they really care about you. And yeah, sometimes it's not going to be a nice conversation. These people somehow suddenly are acting like they don't have the maturity to have difficult conversations with their friends. That is how these people, like especially Meghan Kelly, that's how she has been portraying herself publicly. Like, I can't have difficult conversations with my friends. If my friends are like opposed to something that I'm doing, then it's like the greatest betrayal ever. And it is them commanding and telling me what I must and must not do.
To pull out money. Charlie was getting a lot of really nasty text messages, and many of them pertaining to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. But Tucker Carlson was really the focus when it came to America Fest.
At the beginning stage, trying to slightly infuse herself. Here she was just trying to slightly infuse herself. How
could Charlie allow these debates about Israel to take place? How could he allow Dave Smith, who, by the way, is Jewish?
Anyways, moving on. We don't have time.
Phone call which took place was a couple of weeks ago before Charlie lost his life.
Yeah.
Charlie was in the Hamptons and he had more than one event, but he had essentially what was staged, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman because Charlie's...
Hear what she said. She said an intervention was staged in the Hamptons by Bill Ackman. You guys need to remember that. That's the claim. Claim number one, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman. Okay?
Thoughts, Charlie's rational thoughts about Israel were a no-no. This
is what happened at the Hamptons is that they said, Charlie, the people were like, your thoughts are a no-no. These were the very bold, audacious claims that she was making, and they were unfounded.
This is not the route that you should be going on. And Charlie was surrounded by his friends, quote unquote.
Charlie was surrounded by friends, quote unquote friends. Of course, by Candace's definition, these people were not friends. They were close enemies.
Friends.
Now, listen to what she said. Candace it was an intervention staged by Bill Ackman, surrounded by friends. They were telling him what he should and should not say and what he can and cannot say. Remember this is important information because in the next video we are going to watch, in the subsequent videos, one of the subsequent videos we're going to watch, you're going to see Candace slowly backpedal, like slowly, ever so subtly backpedal and be like, I did not really say that. But just keep all of that in mind.
Bill Ackman was very upset.
Bill Ackman was very upset.
And threats were made.
Threats were made. That is what I am
I am told, and I will tell you that I am very happy for Bill Ackman to dispute this narrative. In fact, he was asked to dispute this narrative. Max Blumenthal went out to him today, and Bill Ackman came back and said, I have receipts I can show you, and he did not provide the receipts.
Bill Ackman has not provided receipts. Keep all of that in mind.
This is not how it went down. I know it went down this way. I'm waiting for one of them to go on record and to say that it didn't go down this way.
She said she's waiting for people to go on record and say it. Now this is her saying, trying to claim that nobody is going to go on record to refute her claim. And none of them are going to go on record to refute her claim because, they know that she knows something. They know that people are leaking information. And of course, she's going to get her hand on this information, and she's going to expose all of them as liars.
It was at this time that Bibi Netanyahu was called, and Charlie was invited to it.
Now she claimed that it was in this intervention that Bibi was called and was invited. I mean, Bibi called Charlie and invited Charlie to Israel.
This was an under duress.
And he said, these are claims. I want you to know all the audacious claims that she has making. This is under duress. This was done under duress.
Situation, I would say, because I've been in these situations before. When I started asking,
tells us how she's been in this situation, blah, blah, blah.
If it needed to go to a higher level, would fund or I you.
Okay.
We just need you to go.
I'm moving on.
Blackman, if you would like to dispute that, I would love to hear what you say happened.
And she said, I want Bill Ackman to try and dispute that. She wants to know what Bill Ackman is going to say. I want all of us to pay attention. If you have a note, write all of these things down because I have my notes. Let me show you guys. I have my notes. Like for everything, all the claims that she made. You can see my notes here. Anyway, I don't close the note. I have closed my notes. Don't worry, I'll open it again. But I have my notes here. Because when I was listening to her, I was like, I need to take note of all these lies. Because they will be important. All of them will be important. I have my notes. See? You can see my notes here. You can see all the claims that she made. You can see? Claim number 1. Bill Ackman staged the intervention for Charlie. Claim number 2, the intervention includes Charlie's friend. Claim number 3, Bill Ackman was very upset. Claim number 4, Charlie was threatened. Claim number 5, Bill hasn't responded or provided receipt. Claim number 6, I guess, she's waiting for those present to go on record and refute her claim. The next claim, Bibi invited Charlie to Israel under duress. That's the one we are in. And then you're going to hear that tons of money was offered and Charlie denied them. As in Charlie refused to say, and then Charlie also denied to go to Israel for re-education. And you're going to hear her claim that she has solid sources, like her sources are solid. And then she's going to also mention that Seth Dillon was there too, and that Seth placed some frantic calls to Turning Point USA because suddenly Candace was onto her, and he was afraid of Candace Owens, and because of his fear of Candace the detective, he started making frantic calls. You're going to hear all of that. So I just want you guys to know the amount of notes. You need to take copious notes, okay?
Because our sources and what we have, it's solid, okay? There were conversations that took place, messages that were sent at that time, and they are solid. So I decided, another person that was there.
Then her sources are solid. And she has never, this is the thing you need to understand, guys. Thus far, if there's any pro-Candace, sorry guys, if there's any pro-Candace person listening to me right now, if you are a fan of this woman, I want you to help me and provide link to where Candace have given us information from her sources. Information, any valuable form of information, other than I've been told, a little bird whispered into my ear. Someone said, the rumor has it. I have been privy to certain information. I am close to someone who is close to someone whose names of all of whom I will not mention, but people close to the situation. I've even got intel from someone close by. Someone wrote to me from tips@candace.com, and everything is seeming to, suggest that this is have she given us tangible evidence? Those text messages that she said she was going to leak, have she leaked them? Those information, private information that she said she had access to and she was going to show us, has she shown us any of them? Has any of them been shown to the public? This is 2 weeks now. Have we seen anything to substantiate her claim other than more claims? Nothing. Nothing. You guys have been sold lies, and they have been nothing to back them up. And many of the pro-Candace people are just following, as in going with it, acting like this lady is telling them the whole truth, the gospel truth. My sources are solid. We've not seen any of the sources yet.
And I am not surprised this person was there. If you've been listening to my show, Seth Dillon. I was going to Seth Dillon, and I decided to message him last night about this Hamptons meeting. And Seth Dillon, who's normally very quick with a response, has not yet been able to respond. I'll show you this text message chain. And I want to be clear, I am not someone who normally publicizes text messages.
Oh, that's true.
But my friend was shot in the neck. And I'm just not really in the state right now to be polite when it comes to the answers that I am demanding, okay?
Yeah.
This is me out to Seth Dillon last night. I sent him Bill Ackman's tweets because, he tweeted, I feel incredibly privileged to have spent a day and shared a meal with Charlie Kirk this summer. He was a giant of a man. I said, any comment on this one, Seth? He didn't answer last night. This morning I said, need a comment ASAP, please. He didn't answer. Then I followed that up and I said, trying again here, you were present when Ackman lost his mind on Charlie and when Bibi invited him to Israel and Charlie refused. Text messages immediately following this meeting.
To prove something. Her fans are going to be like, she shared this text message of her frantically sending text messages to somebody who just ignored her. And Seth ignoring her is proof of something. Whatever that is, we don't know. Nobody understands how this proves anything, how this is significant, how this is relevant to any of the things that are being said here. But this is somehow proof. Somebody who now, by the way, people may not know this. Candace has called Seth Dillon Judas. She had called Seth Dillon a snake. These are not things she said in private. She said it in public when she was on, when she went for an interview when she went on Tucker Carlson's show. These are the things she said about Seth Dillon. After saying all those things about Seth Dillon, she's expecting that she's going to send a text message to Seth, and Seth was going to respond immediately because they are all cordial friends. Of course, you called me a snake yesterday, and today you send me a text message and you expect me to respond to you. That's if I've not blocked your number.
Are circulating. I find Ackman's statement, as though the meeting was somehow cordial, to be incredibly disturbing. Are you at all disturbed by that tweet? Do you feel, as I do, turning point, and nobody is willing to go on record?
She said nobody is willing to go on record. Put that in mind. She said nobody is willing to go on record. Nobody is willing to go on record. That's what she's saying. Nobody is willing to go on record. Everybody is keeping quiet.
They're all messaging each other, trying to figure out a coordinated response.
Let me spoil the whole thing for you guys. Everyone went on record. Okay, after she made this video, everyone went on, even the black man went on record and posted a very lengthy response, which Candace is going to trash. We are going to see that in the next video. She's going to trash the response as if this is not significant, as if this is her claim is more weighty than the response from Bill Ackman. But it's all good. He posted a very lengthy response, and at the end of the response, he posted a text message from Charlie after the event where he said he was fine with it, that he had a good time. That was the person who was under, who was blackmailed, who was tensed up, who was unhappy, who was, under pressure. The person who was under pressure at the Hamptons sent a message to Bill Ackman after the event saying he had a good time and he enjoyed his stay and he enjoyed the event. It was nice. Every other person who was there, from Josh Hammer to Seth Dillon to even small creators that were there, all of them came out to say, we don't have any idea of what this claim is and where it is coming from. This did not happen. None of this happened. They all went out and said vehemently, none of this happened. And after everybody came out to refute her claim, did she provide evidence? No, she did not. She just pretended like none of that happened or that is insignificant, or somehow nobody has met her challenge to refute her claim. In fact, you are going to see it. Let me not give too much spoilers, but you guys are going to just hang on. You guys are going to see craziness like you've never imagined in your life. You're going to see craziness of the highest kind.
To say that, no, this was all quite cordial, but no one wants to go on record and describe it as cordial because they know someone's leaking, because someone's got a guilty conscience about what happened at the Hamptons. So I will again put it out there, Seth, Bill Ackman, and to the other individuals who I have not yet named, but who are going to be named later this week, who were at the Hamptons when Charlie was.
But there's somebody who was who she claimed was at the Hamptons that wasn't there. That's to tell you how ridiculous the whole thing is. There's someone who she claimed was at the Hamptons that turned out to not be there. We are all going to say this.
Put under pressure when Bibi Netanyahu called him and invited him to Israel, again in a move that wouldn't happen to me, and it wasn't Bibi Netanyahu, felt to me like a laced threat.
Okay,
I am now inviting you guys. I will give you my platform actually to come clear matters up and tell us what really happened, because I think Charlie was definitely on the brink of changing some of his perspectives. And
now remember the initial claim. I want you guys to pay attention to this initial claim. This was the initial claim. Charlie was on the brink. This is our initial claim. Charlie was on the brink of changing his mind. Was on the brink. He was close to it.
Until you factually, Charlie was praying the rosary.
Charlie was praying the rosary. Put that in mind. I want this very one that Charlie was praying the rosary. I want you guys to keep that in mind. She claimed that Charlie was praying the rosary. Charlie was praying the rosary.
Charlie was going to mass. One of my last conversations with Charlie was me joking with him saying, just make the last step, okay? You are, I said specifically, you're too smart to be a Protestant. Just take the last step, Charlie.
I don't know how, okay, anyways, she would say it's a joke, but it's all good.
He says, haha, you're speaking about Mary and...
That Charlie was speaking about Mary.
Typically, when those steps start taking place, you stop referring to yourself, as I did, as a Judeo-Christian.
Yeah. Judeo-Christian. He was on the verge of no longer calling himself a Judeo-Christian. He was on the verge of becoming a Catholic. He was on the verge of so many things. Remember these claims. They're very important.
Again, it is mystifying why, Bibi was out there doing the absolute most to make sure that Charlie was basically remembered as, I would argue, like a Jew, has not been yet mentioned. I didn't hear that. Erica was very clear that Charlie was a Christian. And I believe Charlie obviously was very much a Christian, and that things are not being told truthfully. In fact, I will also call upon, since we're having fun, Turning Point USA to release the audio of what Charlie Kirk, because I was in communication with Charlie at this time, exactly which...
Now, this is the funny thing about Candace Owens. As she's talking, you will listen to her and you feel, oh, that means she has the audio. Oh, that means she has it. Because the way she's talking about that audio, it means she has seen it. So if they don't release it, Candace release it. Candace is not going to release it because she has not seen it. And maybe the audio does not exist. But she's going to release it. Release it. I want to see that. She's going to claim that you have something that you don't have and be like, release it. Release it. We know you have it. And then she's going to go on and go on and go on and go on. What else? What else did she claim that I want us to go through? Oh, here is one interesting thing that then she pointed out. I think this one is very interesting. Let's go here. Let's go here. No. I think there's something there that is let's see if I can find it. Okay, let's look at this.
Absurdity of it, some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder. And, I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to, make a statement. It's so absurd.
That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing it's not only insane, I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying that. They just found the perpetrator. They'll get to the bottom of this. But they go, they have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they're doing. And over the centuries, when Jews...
Blah, 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 blah. BBC says a lot of stuff. Okay, and then here's what can...
Yes, we can't prod the narrative any further, guys. Holocaust, so everybody's just stopped talking about anything. I mean, hey, he's the victim. It's absurd. It's just absurd. The Holocaust happened. You heard him. We're sick of this shit. We really are. And there will be no narrative that I will not prod when it comes to figuring out why people are lying about the state that Charlie was in when it came to the topic of Israel. Again, you can examine Charlie in his own words. He was starting to talk about topics that you're not really allowed to talk about when you take money and big checks are being written. That pressure was increasing every single day. In fact, he was telling the truth even about Jeffrey Epstein. Take a listen.
Epstein with his little friend, Ghislaine.
Yeah, here is another proof. Sorry, I said there was one proof, but okay, this one she doesn't mention often, but the first one she mentions often. But okay, this is another proof that she mentions. This is another proof of Charlie in his own words, shifting ground and changing his perspective and moving away from supporting Candace Owens. I mean, moving away from supporting Israel to being a true fan of Candace Owens.
And Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who was obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz-kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. And it's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or...
You notice all the people that he said Epstein is probably an agent of. He said he's probably an agent of the US, the Saudis, or Mossad. Or he's just...
Or maybe he was just a hired gun.
Or maybe he's just a hired gun for whoever. He's an intelligent he's a person working in intelligence and is open to be hired by anyone. Maybe he had worked for almost everyone or anyone who is willing to hire him. Keep that in mind. That is what Charlie said. Charlie did not say like Candace and people like Candace, especially Tucker Carlson, who has even said it on the stage of Turning Point USA, that Epstein was working for Mossad. Said it like it is a fact. Nobody is disputing it at this point. But listen to Charlie's own words. He's saying he probably worked for Mossad or the US or the Saudis, or maybe he just worked for anyone, but he definitely was intelligence. That is what Charlie was saying. How is that the same thing with everything else that people like Candace Owens have been saying? Again, this is an instance of Candace Owens just not understanding, like not able to grasp what is being said.
It's just a guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful people on the planet.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems to conflict with Bibi's narrative a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, that is... that is... I think this lady really doesn't know how to, really doesn't understand words. I think when words come out of people's mouths, she really doesn't understand them. I believe that she strongly doesn't understand words. Like they come out and she doesn't understand them. How does that conflate with anything else? This guy is even suspecting that his own government, that Epstein was probably working for his own government. Charlie was a staunch supporter of Donald Trump. And him prodding the narrative with regards to Jeffrey Epstein is him questioning the integrity of Donald Trump. Does that imagine then that somebody comes out tomorrow and say Charlie was at the verge of being a never Trumper, that Charlie was at the verge of leaving MAGA because of this. Imagine that. Is that true? Because in what we just saw, Charlie said he could have been working for the United States. That in what we just saw, Charlie said that. So if that is true, one of the people that is being implicated here are people that work closely with Charlie Kirk, are prominent members of MAGA. So does that mean that Charlie was at the verge of leaving MAGA? How come this only applies to his stance on Israel, but does not apply to his stance as a MAGA Republican? This is the brilliance of Candace Owens, ladies and gentlemen. This is the brilliance.
Just a tiny bit. I do want to say this. It's important because I am angry. I will obviously, I pray to move on from this phase, but it's a fire in my belly right now. To those of you who think that you are going to replace Charlie Kirk, okay? Kings are born. You don't just get to depose and tell us that we're going to follow this individual, okay? I'm one of the Masons of Turning Point USA. You put a shill in Charlie Kirk's chair, in Charlie Kirk's company, and you try to tell us to follow that individual, I will be an enemy of you. There will be nothing that can stop me.
Yeah.
Okay? And I want you guys to say, this is not a threat, this is a promise. There will be nothing that can stop me. I will release every single text message. So to those of you...
Where are the text messages, Candace? Where are the text messages? We are still waiting. Where are the text messages? Where are the text messages, Candace? We are still waiting. Again, where are the text messages?
Who are trying that, I'm seeing the messages. I am telling you to back off right now. Like right now, don't do it, okay? Don't you think about it. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly who you were that were exerting pressure. Don't you pretend to be noble now and say nice things about Charlie Kirk and think you're going to slide into his chair, okay?
Yeah, everyone else is trying to slide into Charlie's chair, except for Candace Owens. I don't know if you watched, let's play that recent clip again and watch the part where she said that Turning Point USA needs her help. Like they need her. Just talk about sliding into talk about sliding into Charlie's chair.
It's a lie and to pretend that towards the end, Charlie was just authoring love letters to Israel, giving them a perspective of here's how we can win. Here's what you guys need to do. You need to work with this Hillel, whatever it is. Yeah, the same people that are calling me anti-Semitic, you need to work with those people harder. And he was just putting it on paper. Was it an email? What was that they were sharing? The New York Post, the Israeli Post, right? What were they sharing there?
Yeah,
He wrote of his deep love for Israel. He had nothing else to do in May. Wrote of his deep love for Israel to a letter to Netanyahu. Netanyahu said they were close, but in the letter, Charlie puts his number, which apparently Netanyahu didn't have his number. And we're supposed to believe, did he send that as an email, by the way? Can somebody clarify? Was that an email they were sharing, or did he send it in the mail to him? Could somebody share that, please? I'm assuming it was an email. Can someone share the timestamp on that? Just kind of like authenticate that email, because I'm very aware of what's going on. Okay. And I don't know how the executives over at Turning
Point USA get to sleep at night.
USA sleep at night.
Now, remember that part of the executives of Turning Point USA include the wife. Include the wife of the deceased man. Just keep that in mind.
Turning Point USA executives to issue a very clean statement saying that I am lying if this is not true. About 48 hours before.
All right, I think this is not the video where she said they need her help. Maybe it's one of the subsequent videos you watch, but you'll see it. She's going to say that the Turning Point USA needs her help. This is somebody who is like any other person who wants to slide into that chair. The only person who should slide into the chair essentially is Candace Owens. Are you seeing the game? Is it becoming clear to everybody now what this lady is trying to do? It is obvious. She wants to be in charge. She wants to be the one. It is all about her. It's her. She is the warrior. She is the fighter. Only her is the one doing the good work, holding Charlie's legacy. Every other person is not to be trusted except Candace Owens.
Over my dead body, which I'm sure can be arranged. Now, I'm going to take a pause. We're going to go to some sponsors, and we're going to get into what we are being told by the agencies. They're definitely.
All right, so that is the first video, and I hope everybody paid attention to all the claims that we have made, because you're going to see our friend Candace Owens try to backpedal. Now, this is the next day. This is the next day.
I did. Freaked out a little bit right there at the end. I'm trying to calm down. First, going to remind you guys about Tax Network.
And this is her. This is the next day. As you can see, this is episode 236. The last one we just saw is episode 235. So I have it like day after, because I told myself I'm going to go to every podcast where she has spoken about Charlie and spoken about Benjamin Netanyahu, has spoken about Israel. And I'm going to listen to everything she has to say. I want to see if she has, maybe, so that when I say she has released nothing, I'll be like, yes, I have checked. She has released nothing. I went through it wasn't easy, but it was funny. I think the craziness of the whole thing was what made me just keep watching. I decided to go to everything just to be sure that she has not released anything to back up her claim. Nothing. So let's watch. This is the next episode of her podcast, and this segment is titled "Charlie in His Own Words." I hope it doesn't continue because. All right, this is Charlie in his own words.
Again, you can examine Charlie in his own words. He was starting to talk about topics that you're not really allowed to talk about when you take money.
And Charlie in his own words was him talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Charlie in his own words was him complaining about donors. That is the proof that he was about to flip on Israel. That is the proof that he was changing his opinion on Israel. Charlie in his own words saying things that many people who are still staunch supporters of Israel have been saying. Some of them, I may not agree with them, but they are strong supporters of Israel, and they said the same thing that Charlie had said. But this is proof that Charlie was flipping on Israel, was about to become a full-blown anti-Semite like Candace Owens. I was about to bring Candace Owens on stage and say, now I'm finally free and I'm now one with Candace, and we together are going to push America to the great future of freedom from Israel and freedom from Mossad and freedom from the Kabbalists and freedom from the Frankists.
and big checks are being written. That pressure was increasing every single day. In fact, he was telling the truth even about Jeffrey Epstein. Take a listen.
Epstein with his little friend Ghislaine.
This is proof. This is the proof for Candace Owens.
I pray to move on from this phase, but it's a fire in my belly right now.
Watch this already. Sorry, I think I'm watching this. Sorry, this is the one we are supposed to watch. My bad. So let's start from here.
Answers. Further to that point, I have found this strange from the beginning that for whatever reason, we're not hearing too much about this Lance guy other than like he's been extremely cooperative.
Not here. This is the place. Oh, this is very long. You guys will have to endure.
Promo code Candace. Okay, so I want to be very clear here. No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk, has the power to shut me up right now.
All right. This is the one that I find very...
You gotta go to them, okay? That's what I just said is meant to be a dig to the donors that are making frantic calls, trying to politic this situation under control because they know I'm telling the truth.
There are donors that are trying to politic the whole situation. There are donors. By the way, guys, please smash the like button. We have 96 people here. I hope we get 96 more likes. Smash that like button. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. I'm having fun right now. I hope you are too. And thank you everyone who has given me super chats. I want to use this to briefly acknowledge all of you and say a huge thank you to each and every one of you. I want to start with Olajide Adeoye. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, "Good afternoon, Frank. Unfortunately, I have seen her crazy ranks on S today. Woman, on X today, this woman is off the cuff. Of course she is. She's going ballistic in a very insane way. Then this is West Girl saying, "Thank you for all you do. I really the pleasure is all mine. It's all mine, West Girl. The pleasure is all mine. Not the pressure, but the pleasure." Okay. And this is from Zefson. He said, "Stay safe, Frank. For Candace, I am not sure what has possessed her. I feel so sad for Erica with all Candace nonchalance. God." It's well, my brother. I know you watch all this and you wonder what kind of human being is going to be like this. Oh, and right as I'm talking about super chats, one of my favorite viewers, Jazz from the great nation of South Africa, just sent me 35 rand. And she said, Kataded Owens needs that special hug me jacket now. God will help her. God help her. Anyways, so let's get back to her claiming that people are making frantic calls.
Okay, frantic calls from Seth Dillon. Oh my God. The truth is that Charlie was under immense pressure and he was facing financial threats.
Where is the proof?
Over his shifting stance on Israel, over who.
Oh, I remember that she has shown us the proof. The proof is that interview. Is that one of his? Is that time that one time that Charlie was questioning the narrative surrounding Jeffrey Epstein, and that one time where he had that conversation with Megyn Kelly. Those are the proof. That he was under immense pressure. Sorry, I forgot that she has given us proof, undeniable proof. With this, the case is settled. Okay, the case is settled that something. Based on what he said at this interaction with Megyn, we can conclude that what Candace is claiming about what happened in the Hamptons is true. I don't know if you guys are getting it. Are you guys seeing the problem here? Are you guys seeing the problem with how Candace thinks? Like, the burden of proof for her is so low, but the standard of proof for her is so low, but the standard of proof for those she wants to call liars is so high. And her audience kind of lower their skepticism when they listen to Candace, and then increase their skepticism to unreasonable when they listen to anyone else who is trying to disprove Candace. That is the game. What is her proof? Look at this video. Look at this other video. 2 videos that mean nothing. That is neither here nor there. That is the proof. But what about all the text messages, the billions of text messages that she has threatened to release? Where are they, Candace? Where are they?
He was hosting over on from his podcast to people that were on stage at America Fest, Dave Smith, Tucker Carlson. That is reality, my friends. Again, I want those people to know your money means nothing to me. I already said no to it. Yeah. That's why I don't care to be in those circles.
Candace is not doing this for the money. Okay, Candace is not doing this for the money, except where she's selling you ads and she wants you to try out Nimi skincare. okay? And when she wants you to try the Halo app, except for those times, she's not doing this for the money, okay? She's not doing this for the money. Money means nothing to her. She already said no. By the way, do you know how much her father-in-law is worth? Come on. Money is nothing to this woman.
Make me persona non grata. I know what I did wrong. I looked you in your face and I said no to your money, okay? Don't push me or I will name more names. What happens in the...
Which will name? Don't push me or I will name more names. Candace, if you're talking about somebody who have been pushed and pushed and pushed, it is you. And they've pushed you. People have called your bluff. You are nothing but a toothless lion. You are not... You see, the Bible says about the devil, and that description fits you, Candace, because you are that same spirit is what is operating inside you. The scripture said the devil goes around, roams around like a roaring lion, seeking whom to devour. You go around like a roaring lion, but you're not a lion. You just behave like one. You appear as one. You look fierce and strong, but you are toothless. You are harmless. The only thing you are able to do is to convince other stupid people on the internet that they are somehow right. Your fan base is a collection of low IQ individuals. People who are dumb, who are painfully stupid. That is the collection of your fan base. And every day you remind the rest of us sane people that the number of insane people in this world are enormous. Anytime I'm in doubt that, oh, no, people are getting sensible. I look at your videos, I look at the comments in your videos, I look at those who are watching your videos, and I'm like, no. I don't think the stupidity level is reducing. I think it's still as high as ever.
Hamptons. It's not going to stay in Hamptons, okay? Bring in our movie poster. I know what you did this summer, okay? Got to add Josh Hammer's face to that poster as well because suddenly everybody's talking. So let's buckle up for some more indisputable facts, okay? People that were at this weekend soiree in which Aaron Wexler sent out some of the invitations to, they're confirming that Charlie was pressed. Now, this was a multi...
Who are the people who have... She said people at the Hamptons are confirming that she was pressed, that Charlie was pressed. That is the claim. But did she give you one instance of that? Did she send what? Did she show you one text, even with redacted name? Let's say the name was redacted. The name of the person sending the text was redacted. Nothing. She said people there have confirmed that he was pressed. Okay, who have confirmed? Charlie's executive producer have confirmed that did not happen. Bill Ackman has confirmed that did not happen. Seth Dillon has confirmed that did not happen. Somehow, in this whole rant by Candace Owens, she just ignored the fact that Seth had come out and said, no, it did not happen.
Day weekend, but they're all like, at every layer, Charlie was facing pressure, questions from Seth Dillon.
Who are these people, Candace? Tell us their names.
There's no way around that truth that they were not happy with his position, his modified position. I have it on first person account that on the first day.
You have it on first person account. First person account by who? It's so easy to be Candace Owens. You can just come out. Just imagine this life, the life of Candace Owens. You can come out, make unfounded claims, give no evidence, and your fans are going to, how many people watch this? How many people watch this? Okay, it's here. Your fans of 5 million viewers. 5 million viewers are going to watch this, and majority of the comments are going to be, yes, Candace, keep fighting the good fight. Man.
Of the retreat, of which there were smaller meetings that took place, and then the retreat itself, Charlie presented, and he explained that he felt that it was wrong that he couldn't publicly criticize Israel. He apparently used an example that if he tweeted, and again, we're riffing here, but something along the lines of Charlie said, if I tweeted, I think that even Netanyahu should resign, that he would then be unfairly attacked. And Seth Dillon then allegedly, he pipes up and goes back and forth with him quite aggressively, saying yeah, because that would be anti-Semitic. I heard that after Charlie left, Josh Hammer was upset. Josh Hammer, I know for a fact, was a part of the beehive that was swarming him about people that he was having at his conferences. I know for a fact. So if you'd like to dispute that, Josh Hammer.
Everything, even Josh Hammer has disputed it. Seth Dillon has disputed it. Everything you are hearing has been refuted by the people whose name she has called. I want you guys to keep that in mind. I don't want to go back to people's tweet and bring it up, but go online and search it yourself. Everything she's saying has been refuted.
Your text messages and pretend that you were just chill and supportive and thumbs up. Cool. I welcome you on this platform. Okay. You are allowed to literally sit next to me and say that is.
But she's not trying to promote her platform, guys. She's not doing this to promote herself. She wants everyone to come to her platform and be interrogated by Detective Candace to the view of her millions of fans. And she wants to use this to generate views for her show. But of course, she's just doing this to get to the bottom of the matter, guys. This is not about money. Okay, it's not this is not about money, guys. This is about getting to the bottom of the truth. This is about fighting for a friend and putting words in his mouth that he never said.
Reality, and here's how it all went down. When I was the greatest supporter and I never cared about who he had, even though I got destroyed in debate by Dave Smith on his stage, I was cool with that. I love free speech. It's amazing. Okay? I'm offering you my platform to do that. And I'm not here. I'm not in the business of smearing, okay? I need answers. And I don't like the fact that people are telling small lies. And
what are the small lies? Have you proved that they are lies?
and they're misrepresenting things, okay? Now, as I've said multiple times, what I am uncovering here is a response to what I feel was a severe misrepresentation by Bibi and his echo here in America, of which I would say Josh Hammer and Seth Owen are part of that echo, okay? I am in no way.
Yeah, she is again making the claim that Bibi was misrepresenting the letter. Let's move down. I want to move down to the part where she responds. This is the part where she responds to Bill Ackman because she could not overlook the fact that Bill had responded to her.
Hold on.
And the characterization of Bill Ackman's response. Listen.
Actually, I printed this out. Let me find it. Okay, here it is. Actually, right here in front of me. There are two ways to describe his response. I would describe it either as a CVS receipt. You buy one item. Next thing you know, you're holding 27 pages. You don't know why.
Candace, we know. Especially Candace is complaining that his response was very long. And that she's like, oh, why is your response so long? Keep it short. I know, Candace, people like you and people you listen to don't know how to read. Reading is a problem for them. You understand? You just go with your gut feelings. Reading is not something that you people are known for doing. And your audience cannot read. Obviously. It's not like they cannot read. They do not read. They do not read. Okay? If that from reading is how you become brainwashed by the Zionists. So they don't read. And she's complaining about how long and lengthy his response was. Why couldn't he just keep it short?
Understand? I bought one chapstick, and here we are. You can also describe it as like an online recipe, you know? Something looks good. Lucille, online recipe. Oh, I want to make that. You want to know how to make latkes. But first, homemade chef Ackman has to tell you about how this recipe reminds him of his Bubby's house and that Hanukkah they spent in Israel, and all the kids love it. And you're like, bro, just how many cups of shredded potato? Please, just give us the ingredients. This is a tweet. I printed his tweet out on 2 pages, okay? I don't know, you got to bring back the word count. This Twitter was not meant for this, okay? And because I will not be teaching a seminar or this semester on Ackman's 955-word response, I'll just provide you here with the...
Why are you upset? Candace, why are you upset? You're upset that people who you claim will not respond are finally responding? Now, as she's going to respond to Ackman's tweet, just watch her lie. This is where you are going to see Candace lie. Just what I'm telling you. Watch her. In fact, I want to put the claims that Candace made in the first video. I want to put it on the screen here so everybody can see it. I hope you guys can see, but let me see if I can make it bold enough. Where are you? Okay, let me put it. No. Stay like this. Okay, stay like this. Come like this. Okay, here are the claims that she made. I want them to be on the screen as she is talking so that everybody can remember the claims that we have made because people might forget. Okay? I want everybody to remember the claims that we have made. Now, this is her responding.
The highlights, okay? So he sets it up that he's a victim of something that never happened. Everybody watched my episode yesterday, okay? I never said the sentence, Bill Ackman blackmailed Charlie Kirk. That never happened. But of course, he's doing the typical, the Israeli...
All right, here's the first thing she said. She said, I never claimed that Bill Ackman threatened Charlie. Okay? But she said, after saying Bill was very upset, this was the thing she said, and we wrote it down here. She said, Bill was very upset. And after saying Bill was very upset, next thing she said is, threats were made. I wrote it here as Charlie was threatened. Next thing after saying Bill was very upset, the next thing she said was, threats were made. That is the next sentence she made. And for Bill to say, oh, are you saying that I threatened him? Now she's like, I never said that he threatened. I said threats were made. But you said Bill was very upset. And Bill in his response said he was never upset. She did not mention that. But in the response that Bill gave, he said, I was never upset. Now she said, no. Let me put it here so that people can see her face. He was like, no, I never said. Candace said, I never said. Candace is like, I never said that Bill threatened Charlie. But you claim that many people were present. Many people saw it happen. Many people watched it. Many people, in fact, you made it look like everyone who was present there was part of in fact, you called it an intervention. Come on. You said an intervention was organized. I wrote it here. That Bill Ackman staged an intervention. and that this intervention include Charlie's friend. You said Bill was very upset, and you said Charlie was threatened. Threatened by who? By those who were present. You claim that all of them were putting pressure on him. So who were people who were threatening him? Bill. That is what you are saying. You say, no, I did not say it directly. I did not use this word. Bill threatened. Come on. Come on. Come on. Really? That's like a Muslim saying, show me where in the Bible that Jesus said, I am God, worship me. That is the level of argument we are dealing with. Just keep that in mind. Now she's going to continue.
Brand thing is I'm a victim, and let me tell you why I'm a victim. So he just sets it up. I don't know why he's putting these things in parentheses of Charlie's supposed evolving stance. Okay, we can watch clips of that in a little bit. It's not supposed, and saying it's supposed doesn't make it so. But he then says Candace also intimated that I quote unquote blackmailed Charlie. No full sentence there because I never said it. I never said Bill Ackman blackmailed Charlie. There was a
Oh my goodness. Come on. Let's go back to the distance. She said here, we talked about it. Charlie felt blackmailed. You said in the meeting that he was blackmailed. You're like, oh, I did not say Bill did it. Okay. Candace, what do you want him to refute? You said, Bill Ackman, I want you to come out and what do you want him to refute? What exactly did you want him to refute? What exactly do you want him to refute? But let's continue listening to her.
I will present to do this or else, okay? And I wouldn't have said that, okay? The first 5 paragraphs of this never-ending tweet are regarding how he met Charlie, which is not something that was ever in contention, okay? I followed Charlie Kirk on X. I admire.
I know you are not interested in those kind of details, but we were interested and we enjoyed reading it. He made the reading more interesting. I know you are not interested in anything reading related. I mean, I even understanding words that come out of people's mouths is kind of difficult for you. How much more what is written down? I get it. We all get it. So get to the point.
I connected him. DMs May of this year, expressed interest. We got on Zoom. We talked to this on Zoom. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. You just can just delete. Nobody cares. Not a single person cares. Okay. He then takes us through how the weekend event came together, and he even provides us with a detailed itinerary of that event.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if you need to hear the itinerary. He gets so detailed that he even has this sentence here where he wants us to know that it was even quote unquote punctuated by meals. Oh, okay.
He gave you a detailed, Candace. He gave you a detailed explanation of how that weekend went down. Listed everything that happened, gave you a detailed breakdown of how the meeting went, and showed that in the meeting there was never an intervention that was staged. He gave you a detailed breakdown of everything and how it went, and somehow that is not what you are asking for. What exactly are you asking for? He gave you a breakdown of everything and how it went down, and you're like, no, that's not what I'm asking for. Who needed to know all the breakdown, everything that people had meals? He wanted to tell you everything. You want him to be fully transparent, to tell you everything that happened. He tells you everything that happened, and you're like, who asked for this? Who asked for this? All I want is one. Come on.
Okay, that's good to know that the event, those who attended it, the sessions were punctuated by meals. I don't care, Bill. I literally don't care at all what you ate. I understand there was an itinerary. I just don't care. Conspicuously missing, okay, and kind of wraps it up. He's like, in short, this was not an intervention to blackmail Charlie into adopting certain views on Israel.
That is he there refuting you. This was not an intervention. He just clearly, this is what you were asking for, and he just clearly refuted you. You say you want any of them to go on record to refute you. This is an example of somebody going on record to refute you. What the challenge you put out has been met. It has been met. This was not an intervention.
It was nothing of the sort. Okay, buddy, I never said you blackmailed Charlie. I asked.
He has said here, he's lived the blackmail. Okay, fine. He said it is not an intervention. It was nothing like what you described. He just said it there.
You if this moment happened. I asked you about Bibi Netanyahu. I asked.
This lady does not understand. He just told you. This lady is so dumb. I don't know if she's doing it on purpose or if she's not. He just imagine what it's like to deal with this kind of person. Is their marriage? Is his marriage with? Is this lady's marriage to Josh? Is to what's the name of her husband? Is it real? Is their marriage real? Like, how do they have a conversation? How do they have a conversation? Where were you last night? I was at work. I didn't ask you, are you at work? I said, where were you at night? I was at work. You have not refuted my claim. I said, where are you last night? I was at work. Oh my God, imagine having a conversation with this person. Just imagine having a conversation with this person. It's going to be frustrating. You'll be like you're talking to the air. You're talking to like he just refuted your claim. And you're like, did it happen? He just told you it did not happen. He just told you that the meeting at the Hamptons was not an intervention. It was not staged. Nothing like that was staged. He just, you know what? Just so people can see it. Just so people can see it. You're going to bring Bill's letter. I mean, not letter, Bill's response. I'm going to see if I can find it because, I mean, this is from way, way back. I don't know if I still have the link. So let me try and search it on. Let's see if I can find it as quickly as possible. All right, I found it. Thank you, Jesus. I found it. Let's go through it. Let's go through it. We are not going to read the whole thing. We're just going to we're just going to go to the closing part. It's a very long read. So let's not read the whole thing. Okay. I found the sessions I attended. This is Bill talking about his memory of how everything went. He said, I found the sessions I attended interesting and I really enjoyed meeting the influencers. It gave me considerable perspective on what is on the mind of young Americans on a wide range of issues. At the end of the event, I sat with Charlie and members of my team and we discussed the events of the convening. Charlie believed that he had identified a number of potential turning point ambassadors who could launch open mic events on campus, and that he would follow up with them. We agreed to keep in touch thereafter. We corresponded by text thereafter over the next few weeks on a range of topics, and we did not include Israel. The next thing I knew, he was gone. In short, this was not an intervention to blackmail Charlie into adopting certain views on Israel. It was nothing of the sort. There it is, boldly written. Everything you said happened did not happen. That is what she's saying. Everything you claimed happened did not happen. That is what she said. That's what he's saying. How is that difficult for you to understand? He even gave you a breakdown how the meeting was convened and why it was convened. It was convened for this reason, for this purpose. This is how it went down. This is what happened. This is everything that happened in the meeting. These were the sections that we are held. Everything. He gives you a breakdown of everything. And then you're like, answer me, did or did not this happen? They are telling you it did not happen.
You about whether or not there was pressure that was put on Charlie, which the attendees themselves are telling me that.
Which of the attendees? The attendees are telling her, trust Candace Owens, okay? Trust her, bro. The attendees are telling her, just trust her and trust that, people are really, people are talking, words are flying. The attendees are telling her, just trust her, trust her. Just trust that she's saying the truth.
This happened, okay? So what's going on here?
And for those who are fans of Candace, just ask yourself as you are hearing this. Okay, these attendees, where is their statement? Even if you want to redact their names, redact the names and just show us their text message, something, or a recording. Even distort the voice. Let's just hear a recording. Even if something, let us hear them say that this is how it went down. Or if they are bold enough, if this is very critical, you can convince them to put their face to the claim. Let us know who these people are. Candace, don't you think it is the basic thing to do? You're asking people to release footage. You're asking them to release text. You're asking so many things from people you are accusing. But you are providing nothing. That is what I find amazing. You are providing nothing. This woman has provided nothing to substantiate her claims. Nothing. People are telling me, who are they? Imagine I come to you and I say to you, people are telling me that you stole my money. And then I said, but I did not steal your money. And you're like, okay, so are you saying those people are lying? And then how am I supposed to react to that? The next thing I will ask is, who are those people? Let them come and say it where I am. Let me see who are the people that are saying it. Let them prove to me that I actually did it. You have not made... Some of the people who are like, Candace have not been refuted. Do you know why it is difficult to refute Candace Owens? It's because she has not made the claim. Like, she's making assertions, but she has not backed up the claim. How you make a claim is that you make a claim and you bring evidence to support it. When you bring evidence to support it, then you have fully and very firmly made a claim and you have substantiated your claim. Now the onus is on the next person to refute your claim. There is an old saying that he that asserts must prove. I think it is I don't know who said it, but when I was studying law, that was when I had the phrase, and that's the rule of, like, in evidence in the law court. Whenever you make an assertion, you are the one who is going to prove it. It's not the other. It's not the onus is not on the other person to disprove it. You prove it. Look at Google AI has it here. Let me share it with, hopefully one Candace Owens fan will read this and have wisdom. He who asserts must prove is a fundamental legal principle, also known as the principle of burden of proof, stating that the person making an assertion or allegation or alleging a fact carries the legal responsibility to provide evidence to substantiate that assertion. In simple terms, if you claim something is true and you want the court to act on it, you must present evidence to prove it. Ask yourself, what evidence have Candace presented to prove this case, to prove her case? He that asserts must prove, and she has proved nothing. She has not satisfied the burden of proof. The onus is not, the truth is, the onus is not on Bill Ackman. The onus is not on Seth Dillon. The onus is not on anybody who she has accused to defend themselves. The onus is on her to make her case, and she has not made that case. She's throwing out accusations, and thus far, those accusations are baseless. She has not given us any basis to believe that she is saying the truth. If you are a Candace Owens fan, ask yourself, on what basis should I believe that what this lady is saying is true? On what basis? Even if you believe that Candace can never tell a lie in her life, Candace is honest Abe. Candace has been cursed to never lie. Even if you believe that, ask yourself, okay, but what is the evidence? What is the evidence that any of this thing is true? What evidence has she provided that is compelling enough for me to say, okay, you know what? I think she has a case here. I think she has made her case here. She has not proven, she's yet to prove anything. Anything.
So it's rather conspicuous, given yesterday's episode. And of course, he had a big time in here, like, I shouldn't even respond to her. She's so widow. Widow, I just love billionaires, right? They're just so full of themselves. Their arrogance matches their bank accounts. Like, oh.
You are saying that Bill Ackman is full of himself because he said he doesn't understand why he has to respond to this. And it's quite unfortunate that he has to respond to this. And this is him being arrogant. Meanwhile, you, Candace, you are demanding everybody to refute you. You are calling on everybody to come down and talk to you because you are very important. And your friend just died. Okay, your friend just died. So everybody should answer you whatever question you ask. Everybody should provide whatever evidence you demand. Because your friend just died. And you have never asked yourself, but who the hell am I? Who the hell am I to make to demand anything from anybody? Who am I for those people to even take me seriously? But for those people to be like, I don't understand why I have to respond to this, but okay, here we go. You're like, oh, these billionaires are so full of themselves. Candace Owens, you are married to a family of millionaires. So I don't know if you are in a position to condemn people who are wealthy. Start with your own father-in-law.
Oh, he's got billions. Let's just take it. He couldn't do anything wrong. Yeah, you need to answer basic questions, and we gave you an opportunity to do that, conspicuously missing.
And he answered your question. There's no conspicuously missing anything. You missed it because he went over your head because you are smooth brain. You have smooth brain. You nothing can be retained, or you have decided that nothing will be retained. You are playing stupid. I don't think you are stupid, but you are playing stupid.
Is you not addressing whether or not Charlie was offered more money and funding from Bibi Netanyahu? Could you help us out? Whether or not Bibi Netanyahu invited him to Israel as a last-ditch effort to reaffirm his support.
He told you it did not happen. He just told you everything that went down. And nowhere did he mention that Bibi there was a phone call. He said nothing like that happened. Read the full statement. He said nothing like, he gave a detail. Oh my goodness.
For Israel.
I think I'm repeating myself at this point, and even myself, I'm finding it annoying. Yeah, is one of her proof. She got this proof from somebody on the internet, on Twitter, who said Bill Ackman just confirmed he hosted his meeting with Charlie on August 5th, 4th, and 5th. Here is Charlie talking to Meghan the next day on August 6th. Now, how do you think the meeting went down? So because of this conversation that happened on August 6th, definitely Charlie was talking about what happened on August 4th and 5th and what happened in the Hamptons. This is the kind of way these idiots think. And I think let's just go to the next video because we have more videos, and I don't know how much time I still have, but let's just keep going to the remaining videos. Guys, give me a second, because I don't know if I have the stamina to listen to this one. This one is just mental retardation on full display. I don't know if I can, how much of it I can continue to take. So let's just go to the next one. The next one will still be mental retardation on full display, but at least it's fresh. It's going to be something else. I will not be finding myself having to repeat myself over and over again to somebody who is hell-bent on not understanding what is plain English. And I'm the one who has English as a second language, by the way. Yeah, people who speak English as a first language cannot understand basic statements that are being made. It's quite unfortunate. This is what you have to deal with as I mean, just imagine that yourself, you are a close relative of Charlie Kirk, and this is what you have to deal with. This is the craziness that you have to deal with. This is it, guys. Give me a second. I don't know what is wrong with this. All right. So here is the next one. It starts from the place I want to talk about. Starts from 37, 34. Okay, starts from here.
Theme that they have sent the hounds out, but they're unable to actually dispute the words that are coming out of my mouth. Bill Ackman, extraordinarily, I said I will publish whatever it is that you
saying that nobody is refuting her claims, but is it on them to refute your claim when you've not even actually substantiated the claim?
Say, Bill, you can come on the program. We can talk about that trip to the Hamptons. He just kind of, which was, by the way, you guys on Instagram were so funny. I didn't even have to say anything. You guys just saw right through it because we're all awake. He just...
Yeah, all of you are awake. All of her three... Wait, are you guys noticing something? Are you guys noticing something? The first video was 8 million views. The next video was 5 million views. This video is 3 million views. Candace, are you losing viewers? Is this not selling as it's supposed to? Was it like a...
I guess shared text messages with Charlie Kirk to dispel the claims of, you see how it says blackmail in parentheses. They put Israel. I never said Israel blackmailed him. I never said that. Okay. And
you see, what did you say? Candace, you see, that's the problem. This is why we say you've not substantiated your claim. You've not substantiated your claim. If they say Candace said Israel blackmailed Charlie, you say, no, I did not say Israel blackmailed Charlie. If someone said Candace said Seth Dillon blackmailed Charlie, you say, I did not say Seth Dillon blackmailed Charlie. Someone say Josh Hammer blackmailed Charlie, you say, I did not say Josh Hammer blackmailed. If someone say Bill Ackman blackmailed Charlie, you say, I did not say Bill Ackman. If someone said Bibi Netanyahu blackmailed Charlie, you say, I did not say Bibi Netanyahu blackmailed Charlie. Okay, what are you saying? Blackmail. He was blackmailed. He felt blackmailed. Blackmailed by whom? You see that even your claims are not specific. So what exactly are these people supposed to refute? What exactly are they supposed to refute? Because you did not say anything. You did not say anything. If someone said, oh, she's claiming that Bibi Netanyahu threatened Charlie, you say, I did not say Bibi Netanyahu threatened him. If they say Josh Hammer threatened, you say, no, I did not say Josh Hammer did the threatening. Oh, Seth Dillon. Oh, I did not say Seth Dillon. Oh, Bill Ackman. No, I did not say Bill Ackman. Okay, who? People have come out to openly say that when you said that Bill was very upset, that he wasn't. That nobody saw that very upset scene during the meeting. Nobody saw it. Of course, except for your private sources, of course. Those people whose name we will never know.
In fact, somebody that was at the Hamptons published a statement and said that Charlie said he felt morally blackmailed. Okay, so that doesn't help
Who is the person? Candace, who is the person?
your case. But anyways, Blackman published these private text messages, and I guess that just was supposed to dispel the idea that anything happened in the Hamptons. And yeah, actually what's missing from these messages are like a date, a context, and they don't
Same as the ones that you published. Same as the text messages that you published. They have no date, they have no timestamp. Candace, the messages you published of how you and Charlie we are talking about Kanye West lyrics from Power, they have no timestamp. You didn't tell us when these messages were sent or when that message was sent. They have no timestamp.
dispel anything that I have asserted. Okay, so
And it is not their job to dispel your assertion. It is your job to prove it. In fact, these people can choose to stay quiet and say nothing, and it doesn't make your case. You have not proven anything. No case have been made. It's just accusations are being thrown, and there is nothing to back it up. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Candace, this will help Candace Owens' fans. I think this will help them because this one will hit close to home. Imagine that people came out and say Andrew Tate is a human trafficker, and Andrew Tate was sleeping with underage girls, and Andrew Tate was trafficking even underage girls, and they do not present any evidence whatsoever. Nothing. There was no evidence to back this up. Just people saying it. Candace and friends, what will be people's response? Where is the evidence? Abi, where is the evidence? Where are the victims? Is that not all the questions you guys were asking? Where are the victims? Where are the testimonies? Let those victims come out. We want to see their face. Who are those people? That was it. That was you people's response. How come you guys don't have the same response for this? Why not ask Candace Owens? Where are these people? These people that are talking, who are they? Can they come on your show? You want Bill to come on your show? Can those people who are talking come on your show? Those text messages, this is 2 weeks now, Candace. Where are they? The videos now that you are claiming you will leak, why not just leak them? Where are the videos? Where are everything you've promised us? All you've been doing is, those people have not refuted me. They are yet to refute me. They are yet to refute me. They are yet to refute me. You are yet to substantiate your own claim. You are yet to substantiate your own claim.
what's going on here? Then they trot this guy out, Eric Bolling. He goes on the PBD podcast, and this should be embarrassing. Like, the amount of lies coming out of this man's mouth was astounding. Okay, but they ran with the New York Post, right? Outfit of the Mossad, outfit of the deep state. Ran with it. Charlie Kirk had a breakup with Candace Owens, like as if we were dating. Let's listen actually to what Eric Bolling had to say on the PBD podcast.
At some point, her credibility, I mean, is going to go down the tubes because she needs to bring receipts. Bill Ackman brought receipts.
Exactly. Every sensible person is, Candace, where are your receipts? And Candace does not respond to that. Instead, she said, oh, where are their receipts? No, you're the one who started the whole thing. You started it. You're the one who is making the claim. You are the one who is the onus. The onus is on you to bring receipts.
Board of Turning.
And this is
Wow,
interesting.
okay. When's the last time she was at a Turning Point event?
Not in many years.
Okay. So let's, without even being biased, is Candace even involved in Charlie Kirk's life at all?
No question, proof that Candace Owens has nothing to do. She would be in a perfect world if they didn't have this, what I already know was a very quiet breakup where she got too rabbit hole for him. She would be the logical heir to the TPUSA throne, but she's
and
not.
now she's not even invited.
Correct. So this is so their divide is.
Wait a minute, not invited, meaning
she's not even there.
Yeah, she's not there. One of the names.
What, you don't think she'll be at the funeral?
No.
That's
I mean,
not the funeral.
The heir to the
okay.
TPUSA throne.
She doesn't speak at the events anymore.
I mean,
So that's just what it's so good for this to happen because you guys are watching everything that I'm saying and you can watch them lie. Eric Bolling.
Who is lying? Candace, where is the lie? Where is the lie? Where is
I
the
just don't
lie?
even get this one. How could you say that I have not spoken at a Turning Point USA conference in years when I literally went on tour with Turning Point USA on college campuses last?
The last time you were on Turning Point USA, let me clear the record. Let me make it straight. The last time you were on Turning Point USA was the last summer of last year. You were not at AmFest in December. You've not been on any of their events this year. And you were not one of the speakers, people who were scheduled to speak in this year's AmFest. So that's 2 years, Candace. That's 2 years you have not been at AmFest. You've not been on any prominent event held by Turning Point USA. And yes, there is some kind of quiet. That is how it seems. The only thing that is trying that you are using to refute that is your own words. But that is how it seems. Like there is a quiet breakup between you. In fact, you just said in the recent thing you released, you said that there was going to be a reunion. Those are your words. You said there's going to be a reunion. Why would there be a reunion if there was never a separation? Candace, can you answer that? How come you and Charlie are going to be reunited when you were never separated? You see how she makes contradictory claims? Like, that's the thing about when you are lying. You forget your former lie. The lie you said yes, you forget. You are unable to keep track of your lies. You start abrogating your own revelations. You understand? This is when you say too much lies. See, Candace, for you to be an effective liar, you have to keep it simple. Okay, make one ridiculous claim at a time. But of course, you're not even that smart.
Last year. Like that's just incredible. You didn't know that I went, I was on tour for Turning Point USA last year. You don't remember that happening at all. Okay, that I get fired from the Daily Wire. Turning Point USA is the first to issue a Christ is King statement of support. Then I do what was the YWLS conference right after that. So let's just actually bring this in. What you are referring to, which is kind of a part of the story that we're telling you, is that the Zionists started circling Charlie and trying to control things. This was actually in the around September or whatever. And I was always very honest that Charlie and I had a conversation and they were putting pressure. If you can't talk to her, she's talking about Israel. But bless Charlie.
Okay, so the Zionists were able to pressure Charlie not to have you on, but they were not able to pressure Charlie not to have Tucker on. Candace, I hope your fans are listening to this. I hope their critical thinking is like working and they're like, okay, how come they are able to pressure Charlie not to have you, but they were not able to pressure Charlie not to have Tucker? How is that the case? Riddle me that. I am just asking questions. You know, we can all play this game. I'm just asking questions, Candace. Tell us why the Zionists were able to convince Charlie not to have you on, but they were not able to convince Charlie not to have Tucker on. And they were not able to convince Charlie not to have Dave Smith on. We are the only ones that we are able to convince. I guess it only means one thing. That he agreed with them and he thought you were a problem. It only means that. He did not agree with them when he had to do with Dave Smith. He did not agree with them when he had to do with Tucker Carlson, but he agreed with them when he had to do with you. Why is that? Is it because they were just pressuring him? Or is it because you were clearly problematic and he has to admit it? Could it be because of that? You know, some people have theorized on the internet that the reason why you are doing all these things you are doing, Charlie, Candace, is not because you love Charlie, but because you despise him and you despise the fact that he separated himself from you because of pressure from the Zionists. And this is your opportunity to get back at him. That is the theory out there. Care to refute it? And thus far, Candace, you have not refuted it. All you have given us is text messages. Prove us wrong. I mean, there is this video out there, Candace, I don't know if you've seen it. You know, we are talking about taking Charlie by his own words, right? There is this video out there where somebody asked Charlie about you and he said, anti-Jewish hatred is demonic. In response to a question being asked about you. Does that mean that he considered what you were spewing demonic and that's why he could not have you on Turning Point USA's events after September of last year? Was that what that conversation was all about? I mean, we can theorize, Candace. We can all do this theory stuff. You understand? This conspiracy theory thing. We can all do it, okay? We can all throw out accusations and allegations without substantiating it. In fact, what I am postulating is more plausible than the rubbish you are postulating. Care to refute that? I've made the claim, Candace. Debunk me. Prove me wrong.
I am under so much.
I think the best, what is best for Candace, what Candace need, or the best way to refuse Candace is for somebody to be as outstandingly preposterous claim and not be sarcastic about it. Like, mean it. Like, really mean it. You have a podcast, you go out there, you make outlandish, ridiculous claims about Candace Owens and say it with boldly. You mean it and be like, I have proof of this. Of course, if she says, let us see your proof, you tell her, let us see your own proof. And you people can go back and forth like that. And of course, I'm telling you, you are going to capture a huge chunk of the deluded people on the internet.
Fire right now. Do not even, I'm like radioactive. Don't even worry about the comments. I have to rebuild my whole life. I have to figure out how to get my podcast.
Also, he could not touch you because you were radioactive. Okay, Charlie was, but Tucker was not radioactive. You were
back on the road. I literally, I'm banned from Australia because I still
That is just somebody who likes to point out stupid explanation, even when the explanations are not stupid. What you are explaining to us right now is one of the dumbest explanations I've ever had. Oh, I was radioactive, and I was like, okay, you know what? Don't worry about me. Okay, just keep the organization going. Don't worry about me.
Like, I have so much going on. For me, not to speak at AmpFest is nothing. Like, that doesn't even mean anything. Save yourself, okay? It means nothing to me. Tell them whatever you need them to tell them. And I'm going to focus on trying to rebuild my life because they also had me canceled from.
Yes. When Candace Owens left, so when Candace Owens left the Daily Wire, she was having to rebuild her life, guys. Her life was in her life was in shambles, guys. Her life was in shambles. Let me tell you how much of a shambles her life was in. This lady, after she was kicked out of the Daily Wire, started her own YouTube channel. And before she could even post a video, she had thousands of subscribers. She hadn't even posted one video, and she already had thousands of subscribers. That was just how in shambles her life was, and how she was just trying to rebuild her life. She was radioactive. She was trying to pick the pieces of her life and move on. Remember, this was the lady who, after she was kicked out of the Daily Wire, posted on Twitter that she's finally free. She's finally free. The shackles are over. Finally, she's free to soar like a bird, soar like an eagle. You know, soar to the highest of heights, get to the bottom of matters, and say whatever she wants to say. Finally, the chains are broken. The Spirit of God has come, and now the chains are broken. The chains of the Zionists have been broken, and now she's free. Now she's telling us that no, actually, my life was in shambles. It was broken in pieces, and I was trying to put the pieces of my life together, despite the fact that I was married to a millionaire, sorry. Despite the fact that she was married to a millionaire, and she, based on the family she's married into, she's set for life. All these extra pennies that she's chasing on social media is not necessary. She doesn't need them. But she was trying to pick her life, the pieces of her life. She was trying to bring it, put it together. Okay? That was why she could not be at AmpFest. And that's why she has not been on any Turning Point USA event. This is somebody who is picking the pieces of her life together, yet she's making claims that will give her a lawsuit. And she's ready to not fight for the lawsuit to be dismissed, according to her.
YouTube, remember all that stuff at the end of last year? It was insane. Then I came back bigger, and I came back stronger, because at the end of the day, the truth will win against lies. That's the message. And so the reality is that then they came inward, because that's what Zionists do. They started putting more pressure on him. And this time they didn't want just Candace Owens, it was Tucker Carlson, because Tucker went to AmpFest. And then they said that can't happen again either. And Charlie started realizing which way the wind was blowing. And in fact, in the very week that Charlie
did not realize the way the wind was blowing when it was you. It was after the it was after they attacked Tucker that he was like, no, I want to bring Candace back now. Now I want Candace back.
Was assassinated. He was saying that he wanted me back on the roster. That's where his mindset was at.
Yes, that was where his mind was. Like, he wanted to proof. None.
You cannot dispute any of this because it's real. This is
because there is nothing to dispute. Candace, there is nothing to dispute. Because what you are saying, I mean, if that is the case, anybody can do this kind of thing. Okay, I can make Candace. Here is another claim I want to make about you. My claim is that your brain is that there's not a real human being inside your brain. That what is inside your brain is an alien, and an alien is controlling your body. Prove me wrong. I want to make another claim. I want to make the claim that you're actually not black, that you are actually born white, and you change your skin color somehow through some medical procedure to become black. Prove me wrong. I want to make a claim that those childhood pictures that you keep sharing and showing us is not actually a real picture of you, and those are false pictures, that's not really you, that is someone else whose identity you stole. Prove me wrong. I want to make another claim. I want to claim that your hair is not real. It's fake. Just like Michael Jackson's hair. That is fake Candace Owens' hair. Prove me wrong. I want to claim. You see, we can do this. I've gotten this, and all these claims I'm making are from reliable sources that are close to you. People who have worked for you. They are all talking to me, okay? And they've all told me. And I know my sources are solid, okay? They are very, very solid. And I have no reason to doubt those people. Prove me wrong, Candace. Prove me wrong. Just, it's simple. Debunk me.
Then suddenly he gets a Schulman guy is the one that said, I want my name off of the building at Turning Point in 48 hours leading up to his assassination, a couple of days leading up to his assassination. They were squeezing him, trying to control who he was allowed to speak to.
I have another claim, Candace. My claim, this is the next claim, is that you are a Mossad agent and that Mossad is paying you to do all these things, that it is all a distraction and that they are using you to make the anti-Israel crowd look stupid. That is my next claim. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong that you are not being funded by Mossad money. Prove me wrong. I mean, you've always received handouts and opportunities from Jews. Dennis Prager, Ben Shapiro. So, I mean, you did not suddenly change. You've always been like that. Prove me wrong that Jews are still financing you and that this is all a Mossad operation to make Americans who are opposed to the war in Iran, I mean, the war in Gaza, to make them look stupid. Prove me wrong. These are coming from very reliable source. Who am I supposed to believe? This person who has not responded very well to my claim or the reliable source that I know are telling the truth? Candace, who am I supposed to believe? You or them? Prove me wrong. A little bird whispered into my ear last night that Mossad is paying you. Prove me. Can we all see your bank statement? Let us see your statement of account. I have been told that you have offshore accounts. Disprove me and I'm going to release the receipts. And the claim is that these offshore accounts are being funded by Mossad. Prove me wrong. I want to see all your bank statements. I think you need to be investigated, Candace. Prove me wrong. You see, we can all do this and say, I have not been. Thus far, Candace, you have not proven anybody wrong with regards to these claims. They are still out there. I am waiting for the proof. I am waiting for the evidence. Prove me wrong.
And that started in real earnest, I can tell you, in Q4 of last year. And then Charlie had enough. And I got a lot more that's going to come out about what happened at Turning Point. It wasn't just that. They were spiking the ball, where they were spending the money. It was almost like they just wanted to take over the company that he had built and turn it into just another outfit of the Mossad.
Yeah. Everyone else is trying to take over the Turning Point USA, except you, who is claiming that Charlie wanted you back at Turning Point USA. Do you see what you are doing, Candace? Do you see that you are doing the very thing you are accusing other people of doing?
Like that's the information that I have, and I want to make sure that I properly vet everything and go through everything. That's what it looks like, and it's going to come out. Okay, so your little talking points and the lies people can look up and research and see that's not true, and that's your big LOL point. Like, oh well, the proof of this is she's not speaking at Charlie's honoring Charlie event in Arizona, and then they ask me these questions. They're like, when's the last time you spoke to Erica? Have you attended a Charlie Kirk? What is it? Can you pull up the weird things? They're all running with these talk.
Well, yeah. They are doing. It's the same thing you are doing. When was the last time? Have you seen? There's this video. I don't know if it was in the last video, but I couldn't get to the point where you said it. You said in the last video. In fact, I want to bring it up. Somewhere in the last video. This is it this one? In the last video I played. Somewhere in the last video I played, you said that Bibi was going around doing podcasts
here.
And we are going to see that, please. Let this thing not. We'll get to that part. You made the claim, and I cannot forget it. Here's the claim. You said here.
He went on to Brennan Tatum's podcast. He went on to the Nelk Boys podcast.
In America.
Anybody find it weird he didn't do Charlie Kirk's show?
There it is, guys. Proof. She said Bibi was going all around America doing podcasts doing everybody's podcast. He was on PBD's podcast. He was on this person's podcast. He was on this other person's podcast. But why didn't he do Charlie Kirk's show? That is the question you are asking, right? Why didn't he do the show with Charlie Kirk? That is what you are saying, right? So, if that is a valid question, Candace, then it is a valid question to ask. When was the last time you were on Turning Point USA? Candace, when was the last time? When was the last time you and Charlie was seen in the same room together. When was the last time? When was the last time? Why were you not invited to the memorial? Tucker was invited. Why not you? Why are you not on the list of those who are going to be speaking, the guest speakers? Why are you not there? I mean, you are really close. They've had people, they've invited so many people to come and host Charlie's show. Why have they not invited you? Everyone has been invited. Even Ben Shapiro has been invited. Tucker has been invited. Megan has been invited. Why has nobody extended the invitation to you? Somehow it is okay to ask, why didn't Bibi do a podcast with Charlie? But it is not important to ask, why weren't you present in any of the important things that you're supposed to be as a true close friend, as the person you claimed that you will see her make that claim, that you gave your entire life, 2 years of your life to Charlie. Yet, I mean, I will find that very insulting that after giving my life to Turning Point USA, I was not invited to the memorial. I was not invited to give, even if it's a 5-minute speech, nothing. As one of the masons of Turning Point USA, how come you were not? It's a valid question. You are the one who made this kind of ridiculous questions valid. And now, answer it.
Talking points, this is what we got from the Daily Mail. Is she planning to attend his memorial service in Arizona? Was she asked to speak, or did she ask to be a part of the program? Why would I ask to be a part? Like this is obviously Erica is in like full control. I would hope she's in full control, but I don't know because I'm hearing some stories.
Yeah. Is she in full control? You don't know. Maybe she's not in full control. Maybe other people are controlling her. You can see how she's already alluding to the fact that Erica is not in control of Turning Point USA. She has in the recent one says, how do the executives at Turning Point USA sleep at night? How are they able to sleep at night? The executives includes Erica. Very soon she's going to come out and say Erica is also in on it.
About donors that are pushing things, but let's reopen that. More questions here. Has she attended any of the vigils for him? Is she planning to attend? Does she speak to Erica? When's the last time they spoke? Board member Eric Bowling, by the way, he's not a board member.
Come on. You are the ones asking other people questions. Now, when they are asking you questions, you are angry that they are. Can you imagine? Mrs., I am just asking questions. They are asking you questions. Have you been to any of the vigils? Are you going to be at the memorial on Sunday? When was the last time you spoke at any of their programs? Have you attended any of the videos? Do you speak with Erica? Have you spoken with her? These are fair questions to ask. I mean, we are all asking questions here, Candace. We are all asking questions. But you failed to answer any of those questions. And your fans, your stupid fans, don't ask themselves, okay, but wait, we hear everything you are saying, Candace, but answer the question. Answer those questions. And give us proof.
I thought a good fact check for you, PBD, said that Charlie Kirk had a quiet breakup with Candace Owens after she got too far down the rabbit hole for him. Has there been any communication between? There hasn't been any communication between the two for many years. It's made up. It's just all made up. And like
proof. You just claim that they're all made up, but what's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the proof that they're not? In fact, many of the things they are saying are questions, and you've not answered any of the questions. What is the answer to the questions, Candace? What are the answers?
Like I said, the reason that they're doing this is because they want us to stop investigating the death of Charlie Kirk.
Nobody's doing that because they want you to stop investigating. You can go ahead with your stupid theories. The problem anybody have, even me, it's not your nonsense, ridiculous conspiracy theories that make you look more stupid. Like you are really making yourself, in fact, you're making yourself and your audience look very, very extremely stupid. That one is go ahead with all the Tyler Robinson really shoots the gun. Was he really wearing pink shirt or blue shirt? Go ahead and do all those nonsense. Nobody has a problem with that. What we have a problem with is the claim that you are making that, you know, there was this big reunion that was about to happen between you and Charlie. You are about to return. In fact, he was about to crown you CEO before he was shot. And nobody liked it. That's why they shot him.
I'm convinced this is a full-blown Fed operation. I'm hearing about the pressure.
Yeah. When other people ask you questions, it is the Feds. But when you ask questions, you are just asking questions. When you smear other people, it is fine. When other people smear you back in return, it is the Feds.
That even happening with planning this event, they're trying to make it seem like, oh, but how dare she? Did you even attend a vigil?
Nobody's saying, how dare you? It's a question. Did you attend the vigil? Did you?
No, actually, I didn't attend a vigil.
Okay.
And nope, you're right. You got me. I was not invited to speak alongside President Trump and J.D. Vance.
Why? That is the next question, Candace. Why weren't you invited? Why?
On the stage with Tucker Carlson at a memorial event. What does this have to do with anything? The answer.
Good. I like that question, Candace. what has everything you've been saying have to do with anything? Ask your you see the same question you are asking. Ask yourself that question too when you start talking about nonsense. Oh, look at this video. Look at this. Look at that. Look at BB was not on Charlie's show. What does that have to do with anything, Candace? What does that have to do with anything? What does anything you've been bringing up have to do with anything? All your proof. What does that prove? What do they prove, rather? What have your so-called evidence been an evidence of?
It has to do with nothing. They're working on a narrative like they always do. They're coming in, they're squeezing, and they're trying to pretend that Charlie and I didn't speak for years.
Candace, you are working on a narrative too. You are the one who is, in fact, if there's anybody that's trying to push a narrative, Candace, it is you. It is you. Accusing everyone else of the very thing you are doing.
Could not be further from the truth. Okay? Charlie and I never for a single second stop being friends. Ever. Never happened. They can't produce one shred of.
Yeah, that's why people needed a reunion afterwards. There was this big reunion that was coming down. But people were very tight friends. People have been tight, okay? Very tight friends.
Evidence to that effect. Nope. Just donors. And the donors at Turning Point need to be investigated. Because what I'm hearing, like I said, from Turning Point sources is not good. And guess what? If it's got to be me and you need to hate me forever, that's totally fine. On top of that, talk about a federal operation out of nowhere.
Now, here's another lie. Catch this one. Here is another lie. Here is another lie.
Bridget Macron just lies. I don't even know how they got this in the press. They're just like, this is so dumb. Bridget Macron comes out and says they have offered scientific evidence to the U.S. court to prove that Bridget is a woman. That's what her lawyer.
This is where I believe, honestly, this is where I believe that Candace Owens really does not have the ability to understand anything. Like, she's really dumb. She said that Bridget Macron is claiming that they have offered scientific evidence to the court. But read the headline. Just read the headline that she's putting out here. Just read this headline. Macron's to offer, not have offered. Macron's to offer, not have offered. In fact, let me read the article. You know, something that Candace does not do. Read the article. Let me pull it up. Something that Candace is very incapable of doing, just reading. You know, long things are difficult for her to read. Here is the first sentence, the very first sentence in the article. Emmanuel Macron and his wife, Brigitte, are planning to present photographic and scientific evidence to a U.S. court to prove Ms. Macron is a woman. Does this article say anything about they have presented? Let me read it again. Emmanuel Macron and his wife, Brigitte, are planning to present. This lady just does not, she just does not understand stuff. Like, she's just incapable of understanding anything.
Lawyer says, well, the lawyer's a liar because we haven't even started this case yet. So how could you have offered scientific proof to a court to prove you're a woman, especially because you're not suing me over the claim that I said you were born a man? You were.
This is another lie. That is exactly why they are suing you. I don't know if I can get my hand on the document. Let me see. Let me try and find it in my documents page. I think I have it saved somewhere. Okay, let me try and find it here. I have so many documents here. I don't know if I can find it. I don't think I can find it. But if you read the first, honestly, if you read the first paragraph, let me see if I can just Google it. Okay, I think I have it here. I think this is it here. Okay, yeah, here it is. Let's see if I can make this big. Now, amended complaint in March. This is the document. This is the document. You know, this is the what is it called? I've forgotten what it is called. This is the complaint. Okay. On March 2024, Candace Owens, a right-wing podcaster, told the world she would stake her entire career, entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron, the First Lady of France, is in fact a man. She said they are not making the claim that they are not suing her for saying that Brigitte is a man. That's what she said. Since then, Owens has used this false statement to promote her independent platform, gaining notoriety and making money. Owens disregarded all credible evidence, disproving her claim in favor of what claim? What claim? The claim that Bridget is a man. Disproving her claim in favor of platforming non-conspiracy. This is not a newspaper publication. This is the lawsuit. This is the lawsuit. This is the lawsuit we are reading right now. Okay? And rather than engage with President and Mrs. Macron's attempt to set the record straight, Candace mocked them and used them as additional fodder for her frenzied fan base. This is next item. Owens did not stop there, retaliating against the Macrons for the audacity of sending her a retracted demands. Owens hemmed an 8-part podcast series titled Becoming Bridget and accompanied posts throughout the series. Owens and her entity, Candace Owens LLC, and whatever this thing is, endorsed, repeated, and published a series of falsifiable, false, and devastating lies about the Macron, all of which this complaint is based. What is this complaint based on? All the falsifiable claims, all the falsifiable claim and devastating lies. And what was the first falsifiable claim and devastating lie that they mentioned? That Bridget is a man. Yet here she is, claiming that that's not what the lawsuit is about. I think she just does not know how to read. I think she can read words, but those words don't register when she reads them. Somehow.
Born a man. Oh, I guess you're born a boy, a male is what I should say. You're born a male, and you've never sued anybody for making that statement. You sue for things around it. You're suing me because you're saying, well, you said I stole the identity from my sister. I'm not a thief. You've never sued anybody for the claim that you were born male. So I don't know what this is. Just like we're just going to all hound Candace to try to distract her from looking into Charlie Kirk's murder and assassination.
Yeah, everybody's
focusing me more. This is not normal.
Yeah, everybody's trying to distract Candace Owens from the very important job of making Charlie's death about herself. The very important job, okay? It's all a distraction, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to the next distance because let's move to the next video so we can wrap this whole thing up. This video, what is it? I'm trying to know what the next video I'm supposed to play. There are so many. Maybe I should give a summary of what all of these videos. I think there is one that is very important. I think it's this one. But let me see what this one is about. I'm beginning to forget some of the. I'm beginning to forget some of the videos, what they are supposed to be about. I have like a list of them and what they are about, but I'm beginning to forget. Okay, what's this one?
Held the line. I said, I'm not apologizing.
What's this one supposed to? Because it's hard these days to know what Candace is trying to prove, because essentially she doesn't prove anything. But let me see. This is about Laura Loma. Before we get to this part, there is something I want us to watch on this video. Please, it's important.
Normal. Like the amount of lying that's happening right now is because you don't think I'm strong enough to handle it and you're trying to break me. You're not going to break me, okay? I watched him catch a bullet in the throat and we're being lied to by everybody about who was involved, why it happened, and why you are attacking the people who are, the person rather, who is trying to investigate it. You're not a good friend, they say, if you investigate this. Now they're running how dare you get clicks for investigating it? What? This is my show. How dare you get clips for even talking about me talking about it? You morons. You guys think we're that stupid?
Candace Owens is calling someone else a moron. Woo! What a world we are living in.
How dare Candace get clicks as we get clicks off of Candace getting clicks? It's so asinine. You're so stupid. And the entire world is watching. And
yes. Candace Owens, as you are a proud member of the stupid people's community, you shouldn't be calling other people stupid. Okay, that's just me. This is an advice. As a proud member of we are stupid people on the internet, as their queen, the queen of Indiara, Indi Beribe, as the queen, as there is a wine. You shouldn't be saying these kind of things, okay? You shouldn't be saying these kind of things. You should not.
That's what's problematic. Left and right, we are realizing something more sinister happened. We're not taking the MAGA bait. The dad MAGA, he's been more MAGA than ever. by Zionists. More MAGA people are going like, it seems like Trump is kind of about back 10% per month, up to 25% just for not filing, but there is help.
It's not here. It's not here, but this is how, of course. Tax Network USA. You know, where's the other one that I brought up? Okay, here's this one. I think this is the one where. Oh yeah, it's this one.
Okay. The attacks against me from AIPAC citizens or Zionists.
Yeah, the funny thing. Candace Owens started attacking people. People started attacking her in response. And she's like, the attacks against me. Yeah, they just unprovoked attack. You know, she's like Hamas at this point. You know, it did not begin on October 7th. It began from 1965. Anyways, let's hear her.
Are now bordering on the hysterical. I mean, last week was insane. I got to the point where I just shrugged. Kanye shrugged. I'm like, okay, I don't know what to say. But this was just so funny. I had to share it. I have been meaningfully reported to the FBI and the CIA, and I want to be very clear. You guys are all complicit. Just this weekend, this is real. A real live tweet came from Laura Loomer, our resident psycho. She tweeted this. She's been attacking me nonstop. As part of her grift to monetize the murder of her quote-unquote best friend, Charlie Kirk.
All right. You're selling merchandise. Okay. We get that part.
FBI costume for Halloween.
Yeah, CIA.
Actually about Candace, except he's not at all. Instead, what the message did is that it proved exactly what I was saying. That donor text message has no... He interviewed me in 2020 if he was even enough because felony.
That's not even important. Moving on.
And I was being inundated. Charlie was being inundated. Like, how could she say this? How dare she say?
Moving on. Nobody cares.
Just can't agree with them, and they can't.
Yeah, here's the one.
Israel,
This side is always wrong. Whack
Yes,
Anyways, let's hear Charlie Kirk in his own words. This is from July of this year. He was hosting that town hall about anti-Semitism. Skylar, let's first run the clip of just before we get into the AIPAC clip.
people for saying this.
And I think that's ridiculous. I don't hate Jews because I think a nation should defend themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, I think that's the most ridiculous thing ever.
I feel like it's becoming like the word racism. Like, we just disagree with them, so we just have to call them a name. I don't think they're actually anti-Semitic. I think people just can't agree with them, and they can't prove them wrong, so they just throw a word out and be like, you're anti-Semitic because you think that we should stop sending our money there.
Something that I see amongst the people around, I do see more like general disdain towards, just being honest, Jews.
Let me tell you what I think about the whole criticism or conversation around Israel. Many of the claims that people throw out of anti-Semitism are actually true. Now, it doesn't mean the person is an anti-Semite, but what the person is saying is anti-Semitic. There's, someone can say something that is anti-Semitic and not be an anti-Semite. Okay? And sometimes, many times, when people speak, what they are talking about, what they say is anti-Semitic. That is it. What they are saying is anti-Semitic, but it doesn't mean they are anti-Semites. And they might be like, and the response you get is, but that's anti-Semitic. And you'll be like, no, you're accusing me of anti-Semitism. And let's be honest, these people, this group, whatever it is that whatever this is that is going on, they have a point. And their point is this, that yes, when you throw the word anti-Semite, over time, you keep saying the word anti-Semite, people are going to be like, you know what? So what? I'm an anti-Semite. But what these people fail to realize, and I think the problem we have in the world today is people are kind of jaded. People are kind of, oh, we've seen this before. Everything is like, we've seen this before. After COVID, everybody kind of feel like they've seen it all. No accusation mean anything anymore. Even when sometimes they actually do. After COVID, people just kind of, there's this mentality that I call, in fact, everybody is suffering from long COVID, especially in the West. There's this long COVID effect that is happening to people's brain. Just after COVID, people kind of developed a very funny kind of mindset. And that's what we are seeing on display here. And what is that mindset? It is the mindset of, instead of looking at something and trying to judge every case as an individual case, you make it look like this very case is the same as this one, therefore it is this one. So for example, one time somebody was called a racist and it was just false accusation. This time somebody is called an anti-Semite and you're like, oh, this is like that time they called that person a racist. And I'm like, that is not always the case. Yes, when somebody was called a racist, that could be wrong, but it doesn't mean right now when somebody is called a racist or whatever slur is being thrown against that person, that it is wrong also. It's kind of, instead of treating every case as an individual case, people now treat every case like it was the last case. And you're kind of doing what you've accused your opponents of doing. You are kind of now like the left, but in a different way. You now have the reverse mentality of people on the left. For people on the left, something doesn't have to be actually racist. Once the accusation is out there, they just believe it because historically America is a racist country. Right? Now, people on the right kind of disregard any accusation of racism because people in America have in the past thrown out false accusation of racism. And I'm like, no, that's not, every case should be treated on an individual basis, not, oh, it is like the last time. You now become the opposite of the right. I mean, of the left. You become the same but opposite end of them. Like, you are the same but the opposite. And that's what you have become. On the left, they throw out slurs, and everybody on the left believe it. On the right, people are actually those slurs that are being thrown out, and everybody on the right just immediately do not believe it. And I think it is important. Yes, of course, you might explain and try to understand where this is coming from. And I get your explanation. But there is no justification, like Charlie said in that clip, there is no justification for being dumb. Okay? There is no justification. There is no excuse for being dumb. Charlie himself said that. There is no justification for being dumb. So if someone is clearly an anti-Semite, but you decide to say, oh, they are not an anti-Semite because the slow anti-Semite, calling people anti-Semites have become like the word is now losing its meaning because people keep using it. Therefore, this person is obviously not an anti-Semite. It's stupid. Look at every case on an individual basis and be like, was this person really being an anti-Semite? Is this really anti-Semitic? That is the best approach. And as much as I can understand where these people are coming from, the jadedness, I'm tired of hearing this over and over again. It doesn't mean, there's the story of the boy that cried wolf is often used to explain to people why it is not good to build a reputation of being a liar. But that is one side of the moral of the story. The other side of the moral of the story is the effect of lies on a society. Even when society have woken up to that lie. The effect of that lie is a ridiculous amount of skepticism that can be destructive. One of the reasons why we criticize people when they call people racist when they are not racist is because one of the effects of that is that when actual racists show up, people will not take them as racist because the word racism has lost its meaning. Now, that is a problem. That is a serious problem. And as much as, yes, this is often the consequence of the word racism being thrown out left, right, and center anyhow, we should also be on guard to not suddenly start dismissing every accusation of racism as if it's not really actually racism. Because there are instances where it is indeed racism. There are people who say racist things. There are people who act in racist manner. There are people who are actually racist. And they should be called out. And racism is not something to joke about. The same thing with anti-Semitism. It actually leads to a very dark end. And that the fact that it is no longer, that accusation no longer has weight is not a good thing. It's not, everybody, it's not something you say and you just make it look like, it's just one of those effects. No, it is a problem. The fact that what it means to be an anti-Semite has lost its meaning in today's society is a serious problem, especially in a society where there is a rise in anti-Semitism. You don't just shrug it off and be, this is how people talk these days. Everything is anti-Semite, anti-Semite, anti-Semite. What if it is actually anti-Semitic?
People, that's correct. Just because they're constantly being told that you hate Jews, and it's like, fine, if you're going to say I hate Jews over and over and over again, like, if I'm going to be convicted of the crime, I might as well do the crime. I fear the same thing happens with all the talk of race. The more we talk about it, the more racism actually happens.
This is like, I try to tell, thank you for saying this, because I try to tell these people, and they're like, we must get more aggressive. And so let me ask a question. If we were to remove, if people said what Tucker said is anti-Semitic, I don't hold that view, but it's like a lot of people on Twitter are like calling us out.
And this is one of the places, and it needs to be said, Charlie was wrong in saying Tucker is not anti-Semitic. I stand by that. I will repeat it over and over again. Tucker is an anti-Semite. Tucker is a Jew hater. Tucker hates the nation of Israel for reasons that I don't understand.
And whatever. That's not going to happen. But if we were to cancel Tucker, would anti-Semitism increase or decrease?
I think increase, because that means any supporter of Tucker Carlson's statement therefore makes them anti-Semitic.
So,
association, 100%. Exactly.
But the
Charlie, let me ask you the same question. But you're not here to give the answer. But people who are watching, what do you think will happen if Israel takes Charlie's advice and become aggressive in the information war? When I mean aggressive in the information war, is that they start becoming more active on social media. They're out there trying to refute every lie on social. I mean, look at Bibi. Bibi has been on every podcast now in America, going from one podcast to another. People in Israel are now taking the initiative that Charlie himself had laid down. And many influencers in Israel are now out there, you know, trying to push the Israeli narrative. And what do you think is happening? Are people saying, oh, this is good, finally Israel is waking up and rest? No. People are saying, you see, this is proof that the Jews control the media. At the end of the day, here's the truth that people need to understand. Whatever it is that Jews do, those who will hate them will always hate them. You platform Tucker, people are still going to be anti-Semitic. You deplatform Tucker, people are still going to be anti-Semitic. Why we are telling you to not platform Tucker is not because we want that, but because we believe that will reduce the rise of anti-Semitism. That's not why we are saying you should not platform Tucker. We are saying we should not platform Tucker because we believe that it is the moral thing to do, especially if you don't agree with what he is saying. What I mean by if you don't agree with what he's saying, I'm not saying you can't have a debate with him, a panel discussion where he's openly and vehemently being refuted. Of course, you can have those. That's what you do when you have Cenk on. That's what you do when you have Hassanabi on. You don't invite Hassanabi on to Turning Point USA and then give him a mic and tell him to talk. And he talks and then people ask him questions and then he goes. You don't invite a pro-abortion advocate to Turning Point USA and give him 15 minutes to speak. No panel, no conversation, no discussion, no rebuttal, nothing. You just have, this is your platform, go out and speak about the goodness of abortion. You don't do that on Turning Point USA. Why? If Turning Point USA is going to have somebody who is pro-abortion, it's going to be in a panel conversation, it's going to be a debate. You can do that with Tucker. Nobody has a problem with that. If I did not have a problem with you having Dave Smith, although some people were crazy about it, but I had no issue with it. Especially when it was obvious that this was a panel conversation. But if you say you don't agree with Tucker, especially when you see someone for the same reason, if the reason you don't agree with Tucker is for the same reason we don't agree with him, then how can you not see it as a problem? That is what we are asking. How do you not see this as a problem? And how will you not, as somebody who this is person who is a part of your movement, here's one of the things that none of you have done: openly call him out. Okay, you don't think he's anti-Semitic. Oh yeah, call out him calling Daryl Cooper one of the foremost leading historian in America. What about that? What about that nun that he platformed, that on his platform was just spewing lies about Israel? What about that? All of you see that happening and you say, Megyn Kelly had the effrontery to say that is moderate criticism of Israel. Moderate criticism of Israel. That is what he defined as moderate criticism of Israel.
That's presented is that if you don't passionately talk about it, you are a hater. That's probably destructive for everybody involved. So for me, I'm trying to find this new path, which is I love Israel. I visited there. My wife and I had the best experiences ever. I saw where Jesus rose from the dead and he walked on water. But also I'm an American and I represent a generation that can't afford anything and that we are like flooded with illegals and no one speaks English and our hospitals are clogged. I think we need to have the prudence to reject the Jew hate. Like, okay, we're not gonna put up with that, that's dumb. But also, if you call everyone an anti-Semite, if they don't take a puritanical view of the Netanyahu government, then I think it's bad for everybody.
Charlie, in 2024, in the beginning of 2024, you went to the Patrick Bet-David podcast and you questioned Israel's response to October 7. You asked, why was there a delay? What happened with the administration? Why was this allowed to happen? What happened with the intelligence? Did something go wrong? Was this a false flag attack? What exactly is going on? We need answers. You went to PBD's podcast and you asked those questions. Did anybody call you an anti-Semite for asking those questions? When did they start calling you an anti-Semite? When you platformed Tucker Carlson. Nobody is going to call you an anti-Semite because you criticize Benjamin Netanyahu. The reason why people call someone an anti-Semite is not because of that. It's the other things that they have said. It is the other things. People kind of make it look like this is the reason. No, there are other things. Talk about the other things that they have said.
Again, that's him in his own words, just a little over a month before he lost his life. So I don't understand that. I don't know what they're trying to win here.
How does this prove anything? How does this prove of anything? How Candace, how is this proof of anything? What does this prove? What does this prove? It proves nothing. It doesn't make your case.
And then he takes it a step further. They talk about a no-go zone. You imagine he's got these donors, they're threatening him. And here is what he had to say when they were discussing AIPAC. Take a listen.
How many of you guys think when a lawmaker, and a man I respect like Ted Cruz, uses the Bible to justify aid to Israel, doesn't even know the verse, do you guys think that's like not the best way to approach this? Raise your hand. Okay.
I think Ted Cruz is Genesis 12:3.
I think the same thing about what Ted Cruz said. I don't know why he said that. That was dumb. That was dumb. Everybody, but even pro-Israel group could say, oh, that was dumb. Everybody said that was dumb. That was dumb. That was not a good approach. It was dumb. He looked ridiculous in that interview. It was dumb.
People see that as off-putting when you look at the New Testament.
Why?
Because I think a lot of people, they look especially at the writings of Paul, where he talks about how the new flesh is not the same as the people in the Old Covenant. The new flesh is everybody's, everyone's included.
Talking about Romans 9.
Yes, 9:6, yeah.
Are you Catholic?
Converted Catholic from Judaism.
This is my next
Oh, from
slide.
Judaism?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So you're you're ethnically Jewish.
Ethnically Jewish, yes.
And you have concerns about AIPAC.
Yes, I do.
I'm told that by some people.
Tucker. I say, Tucker, Charlie, it's just that you're not here to hear all of this, unfortunately. Steven Crowder is not a fan of AIPAC. Steven Crowder criticizes AIPAC. Who has called Steven Crowder? I can give you examples. Who has called Steven Crowder an anti-Semite because of his criticism of AIPAC? No one. Steven Crowder has also criticized Benjamin Netanyahu. Who has called Steven Crowder an anti-Semite because of that? No one.
That if I criticize AIPAC, I'm anti-Semitic.
I think it's ridiculous. Yeah, I feel like it's great to have a concern for your country.
It's not about criticizing AIPAC. It's why you criticize. The problem is when you single out AIPAC and say, don't worry, you see the criticism. People are like, if I criticize AIPAC, there's one. You know what? Let's start to address this. Let's start with one thing. Let me help people. You know, that's what I do on this my show. I help people. Let me help everyone. What does it mean to criticize? To indicate the fault. That is to point out the fault of someone or something in a disapproving way. Deform and express a judgment. Okay, that's not, of course, this is the first one. To indicate the fault. So to criticize something is to point out the fault that thing has in a disapproving way. This is Google telling us, let us look at Merriam-Webster. So we can get so people can understand what it means to criticize. To consider the merits and demerits of the judge to consider the merits and demerits of and judge accordingly. That is to evaluate. The second one is to find fault with and point out the fault of something. So when you find fault with something and point out the faults of something, that is called a criticism. That is what it means to criticize. To point out the fault. Now, there's another word we need to know the meaning of. It's called to lie. Because people often mistake criticisms with lie. So it's important that we know this, because these days, I think people in the world we need to understand words again. Not lie as in to lie as in to make a false statement. Let's see. This one is talking about lying down as lay. 2, to be helpless. To have it there is to occupy a certain place. Blah, 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 blah. To remain, that's to lay. Second one, lie is, in a sense, lie, verb, that's lied, line. Okay, this is the definition. To make an untrue statement with the intent to deceive. to create a false or misleading impression. You see, that's what it means to lie. Now, there is a difference between criticizing something and lying about that thing. When someone is criticizing a thing, they are pointing out things that are true about that thing and making people say, oh, look, here is a true fault that you have. But when your criticism is you just essentially lying. And we are going to see one of those lies that people consider anti-Semitic that people say about AIPAC. And this is not them being wrong. This is something that they say that people have corrected, and they don't take the correction. They just continue saying the lie.
Do you think that that AIPAC represents, again, I'm not saying I believe this, but I think this is what you're saying, that it represents a kind of cutting in line of prioritization away from the American people? Yes. Would you guys say that's a fair summary? Meaning that, like, okay, we vote, we're citizens, but a separate group gets higher priority because of whatever reasons. You look like you want to chime in.
The entirety of the idea of a PAC is to represent a group, but the fact that we're allowing a group that doesn't even represent American interests to influence the people who are supposed to be representing us, I have a huge problem with. And that's why I've said this before, and a lot of people don't like when I say it. I actually think there's probably like 20 representatives between Senate and House who I think are actually fully doing the work of the American people and don't have the interests of some group pulling their sway.
But when you hear that lots of other countries also are lobbying, do you think, I mean, that you probably don't know the names of those countries, but it's happening. Does that upset you equally, or is AIPAC just get all the press because it's so top of mind?
If those other ones are doing the same thing, of course. I do not think that other countries should be telling us how to spend, telling our representatives and people who are here to represent all of us that they should be focusing outside of the United States. America first. Thank you.
First of all, I have a couple of things to say about that. Of course, I'm not an American, so I will not agree. But if the Americans can hear me out, one, there are things that are good for Americans that are happening abroad. There is American interest, the interest of the average American that is not in America and it is abroad. And if that is not taken care of, it's going to affect you in America. So many of these PACs, why they exist, is that they believe that there is a place where America's interest and an interest of a foreign country meet. That's what it means to be an ally. That's what it means to be a friend of a particular country, is that you people have similar interests, world interests that you want to pursue. And that's why you enter into relationship with these countries. Yes, you should, in those relationships, you should prioritize yourself. That's what every person is going to do in this kind of relationship. It's like entering into a contract. Imagine this, you're entering into a contract. Yes, the person that you should take priority, the person you should prioritize in that contract is yourself, you, the party to the contract, you. You're the ones who and your agent in that contract should prioritize you. Of course. But it doesn't mean that prioritizing you means that the other party is going to suffer. People kind of see, this American First group kind of see it as a zero-sum game. Like, if a foreign country is benefiting from America, therefore, it means America is losing. But that's not always the case. That is not always the case. It's not always the case that, if Ukraine is benefiting from America, it is at the detriment of America. Every benefit that a foreign government gets from America is at the detriment of these people are not able to think beyond, what if we have aligning interests and we helping that nation is we helping ourselves? Have you guys considered that? It's like I'm in a contract with somebody and then we make let's say we start a business, it's a contractor agreement, and we both of us are partners in a business and the business made a profit. And I get 60% and you get 30%. And somebody is convincing me that because my partner got 30% of the profit, it means that I'm losing. How is it? Does that prove that I'm losing? We are both winning. That's what it means to be a part in alliance, to have to be allies. That is what it means, that you people have similar interests. If you don't have similar interests, then you will not be allies. There will be no need for you people. And if any of you think, I've said this over and over again, if any of you think that foreign countries are the ones dictating American politics, you are deluded. You are very, very deluded. It is not possible because America is a big country. Nobody tells America what to do. America tells other people what to do. That is how power dynamics work.
There once was a president who started talking about that, suggesting that the precursor to AIPAC, which became AIPAC, should register under FARA, and he ended up getting shot in a moving vehicle in broad daylight with the whole world watching. So that's a dangerous conversation to be hosting, is what I want to say.
Yeah, but you keep having the conversation. Now, she keeps going to talk. Everybody who criticizes AIPAC are going to be like, oh, why isn't AIPAC registered, blah, 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 as a foreign lobbyist group? Everybody keeps saying that. But AIPAC is not a foreign lobbying group in America. It's not foreign. It is an American lobby. It is not an Israeli lobby. Yes, they lobby for Israel, but it is an American lobby. In fact, many of the AIPAC members are not even Jews. Now, this is not me saying I support AIPAC. This is not me. I'm neither here nor there when it has to do with AIPAC, because AIPAC sometimes they sponsor both sides, whether Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter as long as that person has Israel's interest, because they believe that there is a part of the interest of Israel that aligns with American interests. That is all there is to it. Look at what they said. Who are we? We are more than 5 million pro-Israel Americans. This is an American group. It's an American lobby. It is not a foreign lobby. It is an American lobby. But no, it doesn't matter how many times you repeat this. Trust me, you can point this out 5 million times. These people are going to pretend like they did not see it. Now, when you act like this, when you behave like this, when you make statements like this, and you say this is your criticism of Israel, people are going to be like, okay, calm down. You have said this. We have shown you why this is why AIPAC is treated like this. And we have told you, look, you can criticize AIPAC for, okay, we don't like the fact that they are advocating, but to say, oh, they are not registered is not a valid criticism. We have pointed that out, and you keep repeating it over and over again. Then the question becomes, why are you repeating this? What is it about AIPAC that worries you so much? That your way to bring down AIPAC is to lie. And then for someone to say this lie being spread about AIPAC is just criticism. Come on, it is not. It is a lie. Call it out for what it is, a lie. I think we are done with this clip. Let's move on. Don't worry, we are almost there. Guys, we are almost there.
That we're trying to pretend that Charlie and I weren't friends. It is maddening, but I know
almost there.
That God never gives any person.
Yeah, God is the one who is giving you this burden to bear. My goodness. All right, I think this one is very important. Oh, this one is very important. How long is it? Okay, it's not that long. This one is very important. You need to watch this one.
All right, so Andrew Colbert, obviously he's been a topic of discussion. He did the Charlie show with him, and so he sat next to Charlie throughout all.
Blah 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 blah.
You know that you were going to get unfiltered answers, and to Clark never did say that. That Erica Kirk was going to be the one to answer questions by the reaction from the evangelical community. It was totally $150 million from Israel. Again, not something intentionally misrepresenting what was said. Also, she was going to answer, did he take $150 million from Israel? Again, not something that we said on this show. And again, like I told you, they're going to address the SD cards. Now, I was very clear, and I am still kind of shocked by the reaction from the evangelical community. It was totally just, it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, is she saying that she did not say Charlie was becoming a Catholic? Yeah, something. Now, keep all this thing she's saying, keep it in mind. She's saying she's going to repeat the claim that Charlie was praying the rosary. And I believe, as for Charlie attending the Catholic Church, he did. Let me even tell you guys something. I'm not a Catholic, but I have attended the Catholic Church. Like, I've attended Mass a couple of times, many times over when I was in school. I went during Easter when I was in school, one of the semesters when I was in school, I went to all the, I don't know what it is called, where they will go with somebody who has the cross and then they will march from one place to another. What is it called? I think it's called Station of the Cross. I attended that. I was part of it. I was in it when I was in school, but I wasn't a Catholic. I attended Mass a couple of times. I remember the first time I attended Mass, my Catholic friend was like, you don't know the amount of blessings that is coming your way because you attended Mass. And I thought it was ridiculous. I was like, I didn't learn anything. I was there, but I didn't learn anything. I feel one of the way you get blessed when you go to church is that you hear the word and it impacted you. I was not impacted by any of the rituals. I thought it was interesting, but I didn't feel any way impacted by it. And so I was like, yeah, it was a fun experience, but I don't think I was blessed. Like, for me, what I consider to be blessed by a church service or Mass, whatever it is, that I was impacted by the preaching, or I was impacted by the activity that was going on. The truth is, when I attended Mass, every time I did, there was a time I stayed with an aunt that used to be a Catholic, and her children were still attending the Catholic church, and I would go every Sunday. I would go to them to church. I'll go with them to mass. I was doing that. So it's not unfounded to find a Protestant who attends the Catholic church and can find Catholic rituals, helpful. Some people can really find it helpful. But one thing you cannot convince me, I cannot be convinced by it, is that a Protestant who is a staunch Protestant, who believes in sola scriptura, who has a problem, especially somebody who has a problem with the Marian dogmas, you cannot convince me that that person prays the rosary. Just so you understand, in the rosary, it is said, Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now until the hour of our death. That is what is said when you pray the rosary. Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now until the hour of our death. I don't think a Protestant makes that prayer. I don't think it happens. I mean, I think they can say, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. That is in the Bible. But to say, Hail Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, especially when you are somebody who have publicly said you have a problem with the Marian dogmas. No, I don't think you can make that statement. But Candace is convinced that Charlie was praying the rosary. And here she is restating that claim with no evidence.
Sense to me, because Erica's a cradle Catholic. I said Charlie was attending the mass because he was. I said Charlie was praying the rosary because he was.
Where is your proof that in fact, there is DC? I've been saying that Candace does not have evidence, but you see, this one I'm about to provide is substantial evidence. It is substantial evidence because Charlie has publicly said that he does not believe in the Marian dogmas. He said that's one of his problems with Catholicism or with being a Catholic. Give me a second, let me bring it out because I want people to see it.
Mary was...
All right, here is it. This is Charlie on Mariology. Here's what he had to say.
Clearly important to early Christians. There's something there. In fact, I believe one of the ways that we fix toxic feminism in America is Mary is the solution. Have more young ladies be pious, be reverent, to be full of faith, slow to anger, slow to words at times. Mary is a phenomenal example, and I think a counter to so much of the toxicity of feminism in the modern era. However,
now,
I would say Catholicism...
I would say that a better example, which not... Now, I'm not saying Mary is not a good example, but I would say a better example is Sarah, because that's the example that Peter brought up when he was talking to women. Read the Bible. I'm not saying that you can't use Mary, but I'm saying I think the better example is Sarah. Let me show you up because this is my. I may not be an expert in so many things, but when it comes to things like this, when it has to do with the scripture, I think I can be sort of an expert. I can pull up quotations left, right, and center. Give me a second. Let me bring it out. 1 Peter 3 verse 6. This was Peter talking to. Let me find the translation that New King James. This was Peter talking to women, to wives especially. He said, "Wives, likewise be so." Oh, leave this place. Leave this place. Leave this app. He said, "Wives, likewise be submissive to your own husbands, that even if some do not obey the word, they, without a word, may be won by the conduct of their wives. When they observe your chaste conduct accompanied by fear, do not let your adorning be merely outward, arranging the hair, wearing gold, or putting on fine apparel. Rather, let it be the hidden person of the heart, with the incorruptible beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit, something that Candace Owens doesn't have, which is very precious in the sight of God. For in this manner, in former times, the holy women who trusted in God also adorned themselves, being submissive to their own husbands, as Sarah obeyed her husband, calling him Lord, whose daughters you are, if you do good and are not afraid with any terror. So you can see, the example that scripture gives is Sarah as a good example of a chaste and, obedient woman, and a woman who is not, even in Hebrews, in the book of Hebrews, when Paul was giving an example of a woman, he brings up Sarah. Let's look at Hebrews 11. I can give you scriptures to just show my points about the example that is being brought up in the Bible. In fact, so many of the examples you see in scripture, that's why when Catholics say some of the things about the Marian dogma, how Mary was highly esteemed, I'm often like, okay, but I don't see that in the epistles. I don't see that in the apostles talking. I don't see that in Acts of the Apostles. You guys are the only ones saying this, and there's no proof of this in scripture. At least if Mary was that revered and, prayed to, you will see something concrete about it in scripture. But you know what? They always have the argument to counter that, but I'm not here to talk about Catholic, Protestant, whatever. But I want to give another example. By faith, Abraham, who was called to go out into a place, blah, blah, by faith, he sojourned in the land of promise, as in a strange country, dwelling in tabernacles with Isaac and Jacob, their heirs with him of the same promise. For he looked for a city with foundation. By 11, through faith also Sarah herself received strength to conceive seed and was delivered of a child whom when she was past age. It's because I'm reading Old King James. Look, here's my New King James, easy to read. Where's my New King James? Yep. So let's go back to okay. By faith, Sarah herself also received strength to conceive seed, and she bore a child when she was past the age, because she judged him faithful who had promised. Therefore, from one man and him as good as dead, we are born as many as the stars of the sky in multitude, innumerable as the sand which is by the seashore. Now, when you're talking about the heroes of faith in Hebrews 11, Sarah is mentioned. But guess who is not mentioned? Mary. But that's topic for another day. Anyways.
Catholicism goes way too far. Catholicism believes two things as dogma. And most Catholics, if you ask them this, some don't even know. Number one, do you believe that Mary was sinless?
You see, Charlie did not believe that Mary was sinless.
The Catholic Church does. There is no biblical basis for this, the only of which would be that Mary was full of grace in the Annunciation of Mary in Luke 1. That is a big stretch. By the way, that was not even added into official Catholic dogma till the mid-1800s.
Are you hearing that?
The second of which which is called the Immaculate Conception. There's a second form of Catholic dogma that believes that Mary was assumed into heaven, that her physical body was actually the Assumption of Mary, was assumed into heaven. Again, that is a pure faith claim. It is not biblically supported at all whatsoever. So I think that we as evangelicals can do a better job of remembering, studying, talking about, and pointing towards Mary, because she was a vessel chosen by God Almighty that brought our Lord into this world. But I find biblical evidence to the opposite. I find biblical evidence to show that Mary was sinful like all the rest of us. In fact, I see biblical evidence that it says very clear, I think, in the book of Romans, that no one is sinless except Christ Jesus.
Okay.
The other one is more of a technical theological debate, which, again, Catholics have a very firm belief on this, that Mary was not the mother of Jesus's half-brothers. It's just not supported by scripture. However, you could say that it was Joseph's other kids from another marriage. That, again, that is just a faith claim. That would be, of course, James and Jude, the two half-brothers of Jesus.
Okay.
This is not a major issue for me between me getting along with Catholics, me loving Catholics, me thinking that Catholics are doing a great job for the planet or for the world. But I personally would not be able to enter into a faith that believes that anybody except Jesus Christ our Lord was without sin. And that's my final comment on Mariology. Happy to debate it.
So you can see this is somebody who does not believe in the Marian dogmas. And Candace wants you to believe that this person was praying the rosary. I find that hard to believe. I find that extremely hard to believe. Candace, you have to show us something. I find it very hard. I'm not saying he did not pray, but I find it very hard to believe. I find it very, very hard to believe.
And I said that as a Catholic, of course, I was egging him to take the next step.
Blah, 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 blah.
Glass.
And him and Erica would go sometimes.
Yeah, well, Erica's a cradle Catholic, but she ended up.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, she's softening her. Of course, this is what she's doing here is a brick and mortar fallacy. You make a wild claim, you get refuted, and then you retreat and make a less wild claim. That's what she's just doing here.
There's no problem. He didn't have a problem with the act of that. He just didn't prefer it.
Blah, 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 blah. Leave the cat.
Yeah, he was attending mass. And so usually if you are ritualistically attending mass, meaning he likes a ritual, I'm not sure what that means. Like, I don't understand what we're doing. It just feels weird. And to say he converted to Christian, Catholics are Christian. So I half of whether hang-ups, but
blah, 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 blah. Let's get
or not Charlie was offered money, Israeli money, is interesting. Take a listen.
Was Charlie offered $150 million from Israel?
As far as I know, no.
I had never heard anything like that. Everyone I've asked has said the same thing.
And by the way, just for what it's worth, it doesn't matter the amount that would have been coming down. We would have said no.
And there's evidence that is true.
Turning Point does not, Charlie would not accept foreign money.
Exactly.
We only took American money.
Yep.
There was money sent to us, like practically in multiple instances where they're trying to cram it down our bank account. And we said no, we canceled like money wires and things.
No foreign money, and also no handouts from the government. During the pandemic, he refused.
So this is what they're saying. We never received money from foreign donors, and we do not receive money from the government. This is what they said. This is what they said. Turning Point USA never got pressures from the government or pressures from foreign donors.
Used to do mass layoffs that everybody else in the country was doing. Said no to the.
Listen to Candace's response.
Sure, but.
Listen to Candace's response.
Okay. So there is this thing called FARA, and every country, if they're going to influence people, if you're Qatar, if you're Iran, and you want to lobby on behalf of those countries, you have to register under FARA, so we know where that money is going into. If you have, literally it stands for foreign agents registering, right? If you have foreign agents in America that are working on your behalf, we would be able to see that. But there's this magic carve out for Israel, right?
Yeah,
so
this magic carve out for Israel because of AIPAC that is not foreign. So if I give, it's like, I like Israel. I give you money as an organization, and then you are not in support of Israel, and then I withdraw my money. It is not me giving you money. It is Israel giving you money, as far as Candace is concerned. So Bill Ackman, for example, a billionaire who also likes Israel and probably donates to Turning Point USA. So he likes Israel, he donates to Turning Point USA, and then they're having someone he does not support. And then let's say, I'm not saying hypothetically, Bill Ackman is like, no, I cannot keep supporting this. That is not Bill Ackman withdrawing his money. No. According to Candace, that is Israel withdrawing their money, because that money that Bill Ackman was going to give was sent to him from Israel.
When you say, like, was he going to take Israeli money, it's kind of a working around it, right?
Of course, Israel is working around. This is the conspiracy theory. Israel has a work around it. They use private individuals to send you money. That is the claim now. That's the new claim.
Do I think that in the Turning Point accounts it would have said Bibi Netanyahu wants this money to go to? Probably not. Do I know for a fact that there are foreign agents working on behalf of Israel that give money to Turning Point? Yes, they do. The question is whether it's Bill Ackman, whether it's Bob Shulman, whether it's... Of
course. Do you see what she's doing now? She's saying Israel has people that they use to send people money. It could be Bill Ackman, it could be Bob this person, it could be this, that. It could even be Seth Dillon at this point. It could be Ben Shapiro, for all we know. You are not really smart like me. I can tell that this money is actually coming from. Now, here's something she did not play in that clip that I want us to pay attention to. Here's something she did not play. From that clip, she just played. She didn't play the part where the executive producer said most of their donors are not Jews.
To do mass layoffs that everybody else in the country was doing. Said no to the whatever that check was. What was that they were handing out? Stimulus check.
Yeah, the people.
Here is he saying it. I hope this is the time.
Lose, one in particular towards the end that was frustrating. There's this on the freedom of expression, the freedom of ideas, free speech when it came to a foreign government. And I will say this, he felt like he had earned
that's not where
some really big theological hangups with that. You can go check the videos out, him debating with Michael Knowles, in good fun. I mean, they were dear friends.
Movement. This is not news to we do. And for donor pressures, and yes, her to speak. He's on this stage received.
We don't want to hear you, young lady.
And not be labeled an anti-Semite, because I can criticize my own government and not be called anti-American.
Right.
But why do I have more freedom to do in the freedom of ideas, free speech when it came to a foreign government? And I will say this, he felt like he had earned, hey, it's time to end the war. Hey, it's time to stop Tucker, for example. Yeah, I mean, we took some pushback. We lost some donors. And what's interesting is it wasn't necessarily Jewish donors.
Did you hear that? It wasn't necessarily Jewish donors. Now,
although there was, because that's a misconception about Turning Point's funding base, by the way, is, it's not a whole lot of Jewish donors.
Did you hear that? It's not a whole lot of Jewish donors. She did not play that part because, of course, she's going to say, no, they use non-Jews to also funnel the money. That's how they do their workaround. He said that we don't have a lot of Jewish donors. It's not a lot of Jewish donors. But she did not play that part because it does not help her narrative. Anyways, let her continue.
It's a ton of the donors who write big checks and are pressuring him to say stuff was a large sum of money offered to Charlie Kirk.
So Candace Owens is not saying 150 million. She's saying there's a large sum of money that was offered to Charlie. There's a large sum of money that was offered to him. That's what she said. And that is what she wants to be refuted.
Okay. To take Turning Point to the next level, not that it wasn't a very high level, to the next level, with the guarantee that he would represent their current perspectives and the things that were going on. And did Charlie Kirk refuse that? I maintain what I said, that happened and Charlie turned the money down. I hope that makes sense. I do want to add on to that I do have concerns, and maybe concerns is not the right word. I have rather hopes that Erica, who is taking on this huge step of being the chairman and the CEO, that she has someone in her corner that she really trusts. And what I mean is that...
No, don't worry, Candace. The person that she can really trust is you. It's you. It's no one else but you. That's the person. That's the only person she can trust. I hope she has somebody she can really trust that will look into the finances. That's essentially what she's saying.
I am not equipped to be the CEO of my little tiny company, okay? And I realized that how much it involves to understand accounting, to understand how people can create LLCs, a spin-off of LLCs, how money can be hidden and pushed in different directions and into vehicles that you don't understand, takes a person that is sort of trained to have that business mind. I am grateful that my husband...
Yeah, what he's trying to say is, I hope Erica knows what she's doing, because if she... Look, this is already a setup for what is to come. This is like a forewarning for what is to come. Okay, this is a snippet of what the next attack is going to be. It's only a matter of time to start attacking Erica.
Husband has that business mind. I just don't actually even care to have that business mind more than anything else. Not that I couldn't learn it, but I know with a company at that size, Erica is going to really need to have someone who is very much in her corner. It breaks my heart that she doesn't have Charlie. Charlie would be exactly the kind of person. Express that openly to you guys. I'm concerned about that for some reason. And
yeah, she's concerned. She's concerned for some reason about Erica. She's concerned about Erica.
You do just ask everybody to pray for Erica. Pray that she has the clarity.
Pray that she has the clarity. See, let me tell you, the proof that Erica has clarity for Candace Owens. Let me tell you now, for those who are wondering, the proof of clarity for Erica is to bring Candace back. The proof for Erica is to be anti-Semitic. The proof for Erica is to be what Candace have claimed that Charlie was about to become. If she does not do that, I'm telling you, this is proof that she has surrounded herself with wolves and they are like tearing her flesh to pieces. That is, I feel like that, since we are all talking about how we feel, I feel like that's what is coming next.
To understand and have people around her who are being honest with her, because I would not want to be in her position right now. I would not want to be in her position because where there is money, money naturally breeds snakes in the garden, and it's very difficult to keep the grass cut low when the yard is that expansive, so to speak. Anyways, they then address the SD cards, and here is what
I'm interested in them addressing the SD cards.
They didn't want
him as Andrew Colvett every day on the show. I would be like more fired up about all the things that are going wrong. And again, I appreciate that they also have to then turn this next page and
I'm not
thinking about that.
If, from somebody in the audience, if he was going to, debate Candace or, disavow Tucker and Charlie's answer I thought was amazing. I remember he came off the stage. He's like, "Do you like that one?" And I was like,
You would always ask that for reassurance.
Yeah. He always loved like, "Did you see that? Did you really listen?
Yeah, do I look good? Was that a good clip? Do you think I'll go viral?
Yeah. And I remember saying like, "Yeah, I thought it was amazing. It was morally so crystal clear." And he basically said, "I don't appreciate being morally blackmailed." And and every time people would say that to him, he would dig his heels in. It's like, well, maybe Tucker's going to give 2 speeches now at MFest.
I don't know if you listen to how Covert was talking about how Charlie is responding to issues. Does that look like somebody who was feeling pressured or somebody who is like, oh, well, it's whatever, If they say I shouldn't have Tucker, I'm going to have Tucker. So what? It's somebody who's like, he was going to run his show and he wasn't, even though he was under pressure, he didn't feel the pressure. He was able to navigate it. In fact, if he was not able to navigate it, Turning Point USA will not be this successful. I think one of the reasons why Turning Point USA has been this successful is that every leader is going to face pressure. If you're somebody who cannot, who is like, pressure is kind of something that drives you crazy and make you do something frantic and irrational, then you're not a good leader and you cannot run an organization successfully.
And that is the truth. We told you he said the same thing about when he was in the Hamptons, that he was feeling like he was morally blackmailed. He was telling people that
Are you seeing what Candace did? Are you seeing? And I want this is it. Read the caption. He was feeling like he was morally blackmailed. Candace, the word morally has just been added. We have the claim. You said he felt blackmailed. That's what you said in your first video. You didn't mention anything about whether it was moral or not. You said he was blackmailed. Now you are adding morally blackmailed. Do you see what she's doing? What she's doing here is called brick and mortar fallacy. No, is it brick and mortar fallacy that it is called? I think I'm calling it the wrong name. Sorry, I think I'm calling it the Brick and Bailey or Mott and Bailey. Sorry, Mott and Bailey fallacy. Look at me, I call it brick and mortar. Sorry, Mott and Bailey fallacy. That's what she's doing. She's committing Mott and Bailey fallacy. I say brick and mortar. Sorry, I feel so ashamed of myself for getting that wrong. Apologies. I apologize. I meant brick and I still calling it brick and Mott and Bailey. Mott and Bailey fallacy. Okay, that's the fallacy that she's committed. It's Mott and Bailey fallacy, not brick and mortar. Oh God, I can't believe I was calling it brick and Mott and Bailey. Okay, Mott and Bailey fallacy is an informal logical fallacy where an arguer conflates two related positions: a modest, easily defensible claim, the Mott, and a more controversial, difficult to defend claim. The arguer advances the controversial Bailey position, but when challenged, retreats to the defensible Mott position, acting as if the two are equivalent. That is exactly what she's doing. This tactic allows them to avoid defending the more vulnerable Bailey by falsely claiming that the argument has been won. So what she does is, I didn't say that. This is what I said. I didn't say that. This is what I said. She continues to shift her position and act like that is the same thing. Like proving this less controversial, easy to substantiate claim is somehow proof of the very controversial and unsubstantiated claim. That's what she's doing back and forth. This Mott and Bailey, let me not call it brick and mortar again. Mott and Bailey fallacy. Just this, that's what she keeps doing. The Mott is behind, the Bailey is in front, and she knows that the Bailey can be easily destroyed. When people attack the Bailey, she said, no, I did not, that's not my argument. The Mott is my argument. And me proving the Mott argument is proof of the Bailey argument. I don't know if you understand. It's kind of what she's doing. That's the fallacy that she's operating with. This Mott and Bailey fallacy is what she's doing. Now she's going to say, the fact that they have not proven that they have not, the fact that they have categorically stated that 150 million was not offered. It doesn't negate the fact that money was being offered, huge sum of money. What is huge sum of money? She does not tell us. And of course, donors offers money. What is huge? She does not signify. What is that huge sum of money? She does not tell us. But she's like, huge sum of money was was being offered. What is that hymn? Who offered it? When was it offered? She doesn't tell. She said it happened at the Hamptons. Now she can tell us, oh, I didn't say it happened at the Hamptons. I say it was offered, probably after the Hamptons, you know. And she's going to make it look like, oh, I've never been disproven. That's just watch her how she just keeps shifting the goalpost. He's here today, he's here the other day. She just keeps spinning it around. Just keeps spinning it around. Oh, I didn't say he was converted to Catholicism, but I said he was praying the rosary. Well, there is no proof that he was praying the rosary. The fact that he attended mass, the fact that he appreciates Catholic architecture and maybe even appreciated their liturgy does not mean that he was praying the rosary. But somehow she's going to make it look like all of that is the same. If somebody who is a Protestant is praying the rosary, my dear, you're no longer a Protestant. You are a Catholic. If you are praying the rosary, you're not Protestant anymore. Newsflash, you are now a Catholic. But somehow she's going to act like, I mean, the way she does it is so incredible. So incredible at this point.
He was digging his heels in further and saying, I'm going to bring Candace back. You know, you guys got to.
Yeah, that's it. He was saying that he was going to bring Candace back. He was digging his heels and he was saying that he was going to bring Candace back. And we did not hear about any of this until he was shot. Candace, you had this, you knew about this, and we did not hear about any of this until he was shot and killed.
Bullied this ending, and
the proof of this is some anonymous source that you will not tell us about. Names you will never hear about. Text messages that will, if this is so, think about it. If this is so true, and Candace has evidence of this, isn't it reasonable for that to be the first thing that she will push out there and say, look, this is the evidence, not more claims. Like, this is the evidence. Look at the text messages. Look at the conversation. Here is the proof. This is definitely the proof of what I'm saying. And here are the people who said this, and I'm going to put them on blast because I want them to come out and defend my position. This is what happened. But no, it's just more preposterous claims. He was going to bring me back before he was shot.
By the way, that clip he's speaking about, I actually just saw it. It's from August, so the month before he lost his life. And here is Charlie in his own words about how he was feeling.
How is your relationship with Candace Owens nowadays?
She's a great friend. You know, look, I don't agree with everything Candace says, but you know what I don't do? I don't stop being friends with people just because people morally blackmail me. I don't do that, and you shouldn't either.
Now, I need to address what Charlie is saying here. And I think this should be a teachable moment for all of us. Again, I'm not going to use the Jehoshaphat and Ahab story. I'm going to use a different one. And it's going to be from our Lord Jesus. You see, two examples I'm going to give, and I hope this is going to morally instruct everybody who is listening. The truth is, my moral instruction comes from the scripture. The scripture has the best examples of how people are supposed to act, whether you believe in it or not. Trust me. The first one is Jesus talking to Peter. It is in Mark 8. It's also in Matthew. But let's read the one in Matthew. Let's read the one in Matthew 16, verse 23. And I think it is important that we look at this. It will help us to understand how to respond to your friend when your friend is doing what is wrong and you know what they are doing is wrong and it's something you don't agree with. You have a moral responsibility. It's the truth. You have a moral responsibility to call your friend to order and to tell them, look, you have to stop saying these things. And to say, look, this thing is destructive, it's not nice, it's not helpful. Right. Look at Matthew 16, verse 22 to 24. Then Peter took Jesus, that's him, Jesus, aside and began to rebuke him, saying, far be it from you, Lord, this will not happen to you. Now, what happened here is that Jesus just told his disciples that he's going to die, that he's going to be crucified. And Peter called him out and was like, Lord, don't say that. Far be it from you. You're not going to die. And then Jesus turned and said to Peter, get thee behind me, or get behind me, Satan. You are an offense to me, for you are not mindful of the things of God, but the things of men. Jesus did not say, oh, he's my friend. You understand? He's my friend. He's one of the good guys. So yeah, he may have a little misunderstanding, but you know, we can all be cordial. We can all just keep this within the family and not publicly rebuke Peter, who is one of my strong disciples. Another example is from Paul. Another example is from Paul. And this is from Galatians 2, verse 11 to 21. Let me get it in New King James and put it up for everyone to see. Okay. Now this is Paul talking about what happened between him and Peter. Now when Peter had come to Antioch, I withstood him to his face because he was to be blamed. For before certain men came from James, he would eat with Gentiles. But when they came, he withdrew and separated himself, fearing those who were of the circumcision. And the rest of the Jews also played the hypocrite with him, so that even Barnabas was carried away by their hypocrisy. But when I saw that they were not straightforward about the truth of the gospel, I said to Peter before them all. What did he do? He said to Peter before everyone, he said, if you being a Jew, live in the manner of Gentiles and not as the Jews, why do you compel Gentiles to live as Jews? We who are Jews by nature and not sinners of the Gentiles, knowing that a man is not justified by the works of the law, but by faith in Jesus Christ. Even we have believed in Jesus Christ, that we might be justified by faith in Christ and not by the works of the law. For by the works of the law, no flesh shall be justified. But if we seek to be justified by Christ, we ourselves are also, if we seek to be justified by Christ, we ourselves are also found sinners. Is Christ therefore a minister of sin? Certainly not. For if I build again those things which I destroy, I make myself a transgressor. For I through the law died to the law, that I might live to Christ. I have been crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, blah, 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 blah. Let me not go on. But the point here is that he said all these things to Peter in the face of everyone. He called out Peter in the face of everyone. Now, mind you, Peter and Paul, we are on the same team. They were on team Jesus Christ. They were on team spreading the gospel. Peter was just being carried away because he was trying to look good in the eyes of those who were of the circumcision, those who wanted Gentiles to obey the laws of Moses, like the Judaizers, essentially. And Paul was like, why are you acting like this? Why are you being hypocritical? When these people were not here, you were eating with the Gentiles. Now that they are here, you will no longer eat with the Gentiles. All of a sudden, you want to start becoming a pious Jew who will not mix himself with the Gentiles. Why are you doing that? Why are you playing the hypocrite? And he called him out in front of everybody. This is what scripture tells us. Call out, see, this thing that conservatives do, it has become a trend among conservatives. Trust me, it is only a minority of conservatives that call out other conservatives. Most conservatives see other, especially in the podcasting space, in the punditry space, they see other conservatives that are wrong and they say nothing to correct what they are doing that is wrong. They ignore it. They claim this, oh, we are on the same thing. Let's put aside our petty grievances and come together to fight the left. I'm going to call you out. I think the right should adopt a calling out culture. Call out those on the right who are doing things that are wrong. For example, look at Megyn Kelly, for example. That's a living example of this kind of problem. We talked about it yesterday. She's a living example of this problem. She's like a living and active symptom of this problem. Let me see if I can find her tweet. I've been talking for so long. Today I have energy all of a sudden. Where did my energy come from? Here she is. When she's being asked to like separate herself from people who are saying things that are anti-Semitic, that are problematic, that you claim to not agree with. What is her response? Look at this. No, I have no obligation to separate myself from anyone. I run my own media company and my own show. That show is where I express my own opinion and I will decide what and what not to opine on. If you need me to condemn Candace and Tucker for their opinions in order to listen to me, then I may not be for you. He is a close friend. And she's under enough pressure without gratuitous shots from me. My fight is with the left, not these two. So her fight is with people on the other side and not her friends. This is the problem of right-wing. This is the problem. And for those who don't know, this is how the left became how they were. People on the left were doing preposterous things. And the reasonable people on the left did not call them out. They downplayed it. They said it's not an issue. They kept defending their own. And that's how left-wing politics became radical politics. I said this yesterday. This is the trap that conservatives are falling into. It is the same trap. Well, let's allow Charlie to finish it.
Different views on things as Candace. I have different views on Israel than Candace. I have different views on a lot of geopolitics. But honestly, I traveled the country with Candace. I went to her wedding.
Okay, you disagree with Candace on Israel. Why not talk about it? Why not say, okay, this is where I disagree with her and I think she's wrong. Or this, I disagree with her and I think she's wrong. Okay, if she's wrong, call her out for being wrong. Why we call out the left, why you call out the left is because they are wrong. You don't think they are nefarious. You don't think they are evil, but you think they are wrong. And you will call them out. Okay, call out the right when they are wrong. As we're not all this, we have a disagreement. What are those disagreements? Can you tell us where you guys disagree? When you don't do that, that is how when you pass away, they put words into your mouth.
I saw her meet her husband. I went to Israel, Candace, which is a fun story I'll tell you at some point. But what I don't like is when people demand, you must stop being friends with somebody. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a left-wing tactic. Don't do that. I'm not saying you do that, but other people do that.
I don't care if you want to be friends with her, if you don't want to be friends with her. My issue is not stop being friends with Candace. My issue is why don't you call out your friend when your friend is clearly wrong and you don't agree? Is your disagreement because of difference of opinion, or is your disagreement based on the fact that you believe that they are wrong? If your disagreement is based on the fact that you believe that they are wrong, then call them out. Say, this is what Candace Owens is saying, and it is wrong, and here is why it is wrong. Call them out the same way Paul called out Peter. It is that simple. It doesn't mean Paul and Peter are now enemies, mortal enemies.
Should never resort to that. In fact, if you believe what I believe, shouldn't you want me to be friends with people that don't agree with us? Shouldn't you want me to also be a tool of influence? And so I think the world of Candace. She's a great mother. She certainly has very, very fun opinions at times. And she's a great talent. She says a lot of stuff that sometimes I don't agree with, but that's what makes our relationship and our friendship interesting. My advice to all of you, you might not like somebody, but never tell somebody like me to stop being friends with somebody on an interpersonal level just because of disagreement. It's bad. That's what the left does, and we should rise above it as conservatives. Thank you so much.
Charlie was a very loyal friend, and I'm going to continue to be a...
And for Candace, of course, this is proof that she was going to be, they are going to have this big reunion in 48. God.
Loyal friend to Charlie. I cannot stand to see the lies that are being told, the people that are intentionally taking things that I say out of context, that were trying to pretend that Charlie and I weren't friends.
Nobody is saying that you and Charlie were not friends. When they say that there's a quiet breakup, the quiet breakup claim is not that it's of you are no longer friends. It's that officially you people we are not work friends. Do you understand it now, Candace Owens? Does that make sense? That's the claim. You people are no longer work friends.
Is maddening, but I know that God never gives any person more than they can handle, and I can handle it.
Please,
and I am handling it.
Yeah, God this is a cross that God has given you to bear. Meanwhile, I think I have this video. Let me see if I have it. Meanwhile, here's since we are taking Charlie's words, here's Charlie responding to someone asking him. This is recent. Somebody asked him about you. Somebody asked him about you, and here's what he had to say. This is also recent.
Thank you for coming, Charlie. And I had a quick question about anti-Semitism online. Another question here they asked about Candace Owens, and I'm a big fan of you. I was a big fan of her, but she's obviously been going down this anti-Semitic bent. And through her, I'm kind of finding out about these other characters online, like Nick, for instance. I'm sure you've heard of him. And these people, they've been active for a long time, and it seems like they've just been ignored, which is working, but now they're kind of surging in popularity. And as someone who, I enjoy watching your debates, are they people you'd be willing to engage with and maybe shut them down in a way through a debate or something like that?
Well, I mean, I'm going to debate Candace. But no, look.
Which is so unfortunate. You debate people on the other side, but you will not debate your own friends. It's kind of unfortunate.
I'll debate anybody that shows up at our campus events first and foremost, but I do want to take what you say and extrapolate that there is a corner of the internet of people that want to point and blame the Jews for all their problems. Everybody, this is demonic and it's from the pit of hell, and it should not be tolerated, period. But it goes to a structural problem of an entire generation that has economic resentment. They don't own anything, they're not getting married, they're not having children, they're depressed, they're anxious, they're staring at their screens all day long. And if all of a sudden your extrapolation of all that is, well, it's the Jews' fault, that is sloppy and shallow thinking. And not only that, they say, oh, it's the Jews' fault. Okay, let's kind of play this out. Well, tuberculosis, that used to kill about 1 billion people. It's a group of Jewish scientists that came up with the antibiotic that cured tuberculosis. How about CPR, the MRI machine? There's over 500 million lives that were saved over the last 50 years because of people that were Jewish scientists that were working on things. They'll never say thank you to the Jews, but they'll always say shame on the Jews. It's weird how that works. And finally, they always blame the Jews for stuff. Jewish people are an ethnicity. So therefore, definitionally, you have people that are secular, orthodox, religious, that are all over the spectrum. You're trying to blame an entire ethnicity for a singular problem. Hold on, let's take a step back here. Instead of that, what could you possibly do in your own personal life to improve your own state of being? If you are blaming 0.02% of the world's population for all of your problems, that is not going to be good for your soul. It's not good for your psychology. It's not good for your future in any way, shape, or form. And so I would just say this, that any young person that goes into this hyper online brain rot, you are serving yourself over to your own demise. You are serving yourself into a suicide mission. That
sorry, I'm using my browser to play these videos, and oftentimes when you get to a particular point, it just freezes.
will not make you happier and not make you healthier. Instead, here's your attitude should be. Your attitude should be like, I can't own stuff, I got it, can't own a home.
But essentially, the point he's trying to make in this clip here, the point Charlie was trying to make in this clip is, which is what I want to point out, is he called the kind of thing that, this blaming of the Jews for everything. The Jews is this, the Jews is that. I said it is demonic. It is demonic. And I like this, what just put on the comment. She said, the Lord rebukes those he loves. In fact, the scripture said the Lord chastises those he loves. And that if you have not been chastised by the Lord, if you've not been disciplined by the Lord, then you're not a legitimate son of his. Thank you for that passage of scripture from the book of Hebrews 12. Essentially, this is also Charlie's words, but she's not going to play that. She's just going to cherry pick the ones that are favorable to her position, of course. But moving on, we are going to, here we are now at today's, is this, no, this is not today's. No, we are not yet at today's clip. Let's look at this one before we get to today's clip. Look at this one before we get to today's clip. I don't know what I want to highlight, but I think there's something here that is worth highlighting. I think here she kind of, I don't even know if there's anything important here that I want to highlight. You guys can go and watch all the episodes if you want to. There are parts here. I've forgotten the timestamp, so that's why Okay. 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 Yeah, I think it starts. Trying to see if there's a point here that I find interesting. Anyways, here she's obviously going to talk about repeats. I think what she did in this episode is just repeat so many things over and over again. I don't have any notes with regards to this episode, but you can go and watch it. Now it brings us to the episode with the new claims. Okay, let's go straight to that one. That's the reason everybody is here after all. Even though we started with that claim at the beginning.
Him really badly, and he was done, and he finally stood up for himself.
Right.
And I'm proud of that. And
Let's.
I will say this. You know what? Somewhere.
Let's listen to Candace again. All right. So let's hear Candace.
With that theme. Do you want to know something else that was brand new leading up to this event? Charlie's perspective on Israel. Okay. So let me say this so you can hear it. Charlie Kirk's perspective on Israel was not starting to shift. It had shifted entirely. Okay. Exactly. There are no ifs and there are no ands and there are no buts about it. Israel knew that. Turning Point USA knew that because Charlie was explicit. So my question is, why isn't Turning Point USA making any statements and shutting down this repeat attempt by Israel to lie and to pretend that towards the end, Charlie was just authoring love letters to Israel, giving them a perspective of here's how we can win. Here's what you guys need to do. You need to work with this Hillel, whatever it is. Yeah, the same people that are calling me anti-Semitic, you need to work with those people harder. And he was just putting it on paper. Was it?
Candace, just answer one question. This is the same thing that Tucker does when he criticizes the Trump administration without calling Donald Trump because he's a coward. Candace, can you be a little bit plain? Who are those at Turning Point USA? Who are the executives at Turning Point USA? Who is the CEO of Turning Point USA? Who are the people that have refused to refute the narrative that you are trying to refute? Who are the people who have refused to join you in refuting the narrative? Who are those people? Come on, who are those people? Yeah, name names. You've been talking about naming names, yet you are yet to name names. Name names. Come on, at what point are they going? How much do they need to poke you, Candace? This is Candace's response to the letter. This is Candace's response to the letter. By the way, in case you are wondering, what is Candace's response after that letter was released? This is the latest one. This is episode 45. This is the one from a day ago. This one is 1 day, as you can see. And this is her response to the letter. After the letter has been released, this is her response. This is what she had to say.
An email. What was that they were sharing? The New York Post, the Israeli Post, right? What were they sharing there? He wrote of his deep love for Israel. He had nothing else to do in May. Wrote of his deep love for Israel to a letter to Netanyahu. Netanyahu said they were close, but in the letter...
Yeah, of course. We all know that Candace, when it comes to reading, I mean, this is a 7-page letter. I'm not sure she has the patience or the ability. She cannot even understand one sentence. Talk more of 7 pages. My goodness.
Charlie puts his number, which apparently Netanyahu didn't have his number. And we're supposed to believe, did he send that as an email, by the way? Can somebody clarify, was that an email they were sharing, or did he send it in the mail to him? Could somebody share that, please? I'm assuming it was an email. Can someone share the timestamp on that? Just kind of like authenticate that email, because I'm very aware of what's going on, okay? And I don't know how the executives over at Turning Point USA sleep at night, okay? I don't know how you can present.
The executive at Turning Point USA is Erica Kirk. She is the CEO. Guys, do you realize what this woman is doing? Of course, she's going to say, I did not say Erica. That of course, that's how she behaves. She's going to name names. She doesn't name names.
Present yourselves as a Christian organization and not be dedicating yourself to the truth. No matter what the cost is, you tell the truth. That's it. Okay. You don't hide it. You don't try to obfuscate it. You don't try to say, well, wait until the memorial event before we start looking into who murdered him. You tell the truth and you tell it immediately. And I don't think they're capable of doing that. And I have an idea as to why that is. I think the same people that were pressuring Charlie are pressuring them. In fact, I know that for a fact. So they might need my help.
Is it how can this go? I think this is, in fact, I know it's for a fact. From I think to I know, just in the matter of seconds, I think, oh, no, I know. In fact, it's a fact. That's a fact. It's a fact right now. I'm stating a fact right now. This is what is going on.
Okay, I'm going to state this, and I'm going to challenge Turning Point USA executives to issue a very clean statement saying that I'm lying if this is not true. About 48 hours before Charlie Kirk died,
of course, she's going to make a claim, and if they ignore her, it is true. If they respond to her, it is true. Anything the Turning Point USA does is proof that Candace Owens is saying the truth.
Charlie informed people at Turning Point, as well as Jewish donors and a rabbi, that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause.
Candace, can you tell us the name of the rabbi? Tell us the name of the rabbi. Tell us the people he told, so we can go and ask those people.
Outright, okay? Charlie was done. He said it explicitly that he refused to be bullied anymore by the Jewish donors. Can you guys answer? Did he express that? Did he also express that he wanted to bring me, Candace Owens, back because he was standing up for himself?
Yeah,
And then
Can you imagine that? What it means for Charlie Kirk to stand up for himself is to bring Candace Owens back and have a reunion. This is the person who wants everyone to believe that this fight is about Charlie Kirk's legacy. This is about her. As in, there is no, this is the max is off. This is my real intention. It is at this moment that you realize, oh, this is what this is about. Oh my goodness, this is what it is about. It's at this point you realize, oh, this is what all of this has been about from the beginning. It has always been about her hijacking Turning Point USA and demanding that they do things her way. And if they don't do it her way, she's going to accuse them of being controlled by Zionists. This has been her game all along.
and did he, just 48 hours later, conveniently catch a bullet to the throat?
And here is it. Oh, I'm not saying that they killed him, but I'm saying, isn't it weird that 48 hours after he wanted to bring me back on stage and, have this reunion and what have you, isn't it strange that 48 hours after that he was killed? Why is it that none of you at Turning Point USA are asking questions? Why is it that I'm the only one who is trying to get to the bottom of this matter? Why is it that it is only me? Are the same people who pressure Charlie, the same people who are pressuring you? Why are people not pursuing the truth? Why are people hiding the truth? Why are people telling little lies? Do you remember the little lies? Why are people telling little lies? That's what I hate. I hate little lies.
Before our onstage reunion could happen. It's a yes or a no. Okay, let's stop this ditching. Let's stop the dodging. Let's explicitly, I want to hear from Turning Point USA that I'm lying about that. I want you to say, no, it was just, he was feeling a little bit of pressure. No, I want you to literally answer what I have just said. It either happened or it didn't. I'm either making it all up or it happened exactly as I'm saying. And while we're at it, may I ask, what is the name of the Jewish donor who sponsored the Hamptons weekend? Okay, and
I thought we first said that it was Bill Ackman. We first said Bill Ackman said it. I thought we all said it was Bill Ackman who was part of the organizers. I thought we've already agreed that it was Bill Ackman's, who was the one who was, who staged the intervention. I thought we've already concluded. Oh, now you want to know the name of the donor. Who is that donor? I thought you already know. I thought you already alleged that it was Bill. Oh, all of a sudden it is now, give me the name of the donor. I thought, this is the thing. If you have the name, tell us the name.
To Pastor Rob McCoy, were there any LLCs that you or your son were being paid through that sat outside of Turning Point? I'm asking that question genuinely. Yeah, I'm putting the fire here right at the feet of Turning Point because I am disgusted. I am genuinely disgusted. I am looking around and wondering whether Charlie's entire life was the Truman Show. None of you guys are.
Do you see the allusion? The Truman Show. This woman is demonic. This woman is demonic. This woman will not stop. Here's the truth about Candace Owens right now. This woman will not stop until she has destroyed Turning Point USA. Two things are either going to happen. Is either they allow Turning Point USA allow her to take over the organization and make the organization into her image to become the hub of anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists. Either that, or she's going to do everything within her power to discredit that organization and discredit everyone who is running the organization and make it look like it's the same thing she has done to the Trump administration and how she has maligned and tried to discredit the Trump administration. That's the same thing she's going to try and do with Turning Point USA. And she's going to do it under the guise of, I'm trying to defend my very best friend. That is what she's going to do. And my prayer is that people are just over time going to get tired of listening to her. People at one point are going to, just like how her viewers have been reducing from 8 million to 2 million. I hope, God just quiet the mouth of, you see, there are times, I think it's a prayer point that people at Turning Point USA should be making. That God should, it's not man that should do it. You understand? God does it. That prayer works. Say, God, quiet the mouth of my opposition. Quiet the mouth of those who are speaking ill about me. Quiet the mouth of those who open their mouth every day to lie about me. It's one of the lamentations that David had in the Psalms about those who were just speaking ill about him and how every day their mouth wake up to shed blood. He said they are shedding blood with their mouth. You need to ask yourself, how do people shed blood with their mouth? They shed blood with their mouth by using their mouth to destroy others. That is what Candace Owens have done. Candace Owens have called Seth Dillon a snake, called Seth Dillon a Judas. Said Seth Dillon is Judas. Why? Because Seth Dillon dared to criticize her. Because of the Babylon Bee and their jokes about Candace Owens. And she would do that to any and everything. This is why people were warning Charlie about Candace Owens. This is why they were warning him about Candace Owens. It wasn't about being morally blackmailed. Those people we are looking, Charlie, is just you are not here to see it. But those people we are looking after you. Those people had your best interest at heart. Those people cared about the organization that you started. Those people were worried and they had a real concern for what your organization was going to turn to if you keep allowing this kind of people. And sadly, you didn't have the time to hear what they were saying. You didn't have the time to correct course. You didn't have the time to jettison Tucker Carlson. You didn't have that time. And that is one of the tragedies of your sudden demise. Is that someone like this person is going to take your name and is going to drag it down the mud. It's going to take your legacy and is going to turn it into this. The very thing that you were against. Anti-Semitism. The very thing that you were against. She's going to use your name to further it. She's going to use your death to promote it. This is the unfortunate situation here. This is the demonic. This is 100% demonic. This is from the pit of hell. She has made all this claim. This is the same person who said in the first video that we watched, I know that's like 3 hours ago, and maybe many of you may have forgotten, but let me refresh you guys' memory. In the first video that she watched, when she was talking about the letter, she said that the words that Bibi read in the Fox interview were real and they were true. And yes, Charlie indeed wrote those words. But now that the full words have been released, she's like, no, this letter, how was it sent? Was it sent via email? Was it sent via, was it handwritten? How was it? What was the mode? Can we get a timestamp? Now, the question is about the timestamp. You asked for the letter was released. Now, when was it sent? How was it sent? This is the game. And when the next one is refuted, she's going to come up with more preposterous accusations and allegations. It's the same thing she's doing to Bridget Macron. You know, there's one thing about a bulldog and having a bulldog. Everybody always swear to God that their bulldog is not the type that will eat somebody. It's always, their bulldog is the nice one. Okay, yeah, bulldogs have this reputation, but not their own because they trained their own well. And it's for them. Until that bulldog end up eating their child. That is what Candace Owens is, a bulldog. She's attacking trespassers. She's attacking the left, and you celebrate her. She was being so effective, even though she was being ridiculous all along. And the Daily Wire hired her. And they saw firsthand what it's like to have a bulldog in their house. He started attacking the residents of the house. They had to kick her out. Turning Point USA was like, nah, Christ is king. And now, this bulldog is also a vulture. And after the assassination of Charlie, she's feasting on his carcass. And she will do the same to every single one that claims to be her friend. She's not loyal. She has this reputation. When she was on the left, when she started attacking the left, she was attacking her own. She was not switching sides. People thought she has converted to being a conservative. No, she never converted. She was attacking her own. She has always been a bulldog. She used to be a prominent leftist until the leftists annoyed her because this is her fallout with the left. Some people don't know this, but this is Candace Owens' fallout with the left. She had a website called Autopsy, and the goal of that website was to dox people that they consider to be problematic. Essentially, this was her form of trying to cancel people by doxing them. And people on the left were like, no, Candace, you cannot do that. And they were not on board with it. And because they opposed her, she opposed them and joined the right. And she was a staunch advocate of right-wing politics. She went deep into it. Everything she once upheld. This was somebody who had a lawsuit where she had this lawsuit when she was younger, accusing her school of racial discrimination, and she won a settlement of $30,000. This was a hardcore leftist. She immediately switched and repented because people on the left did not agree with her. And we are opposing her because she started Autopsy, this website for doxing people. She became a right-winger and was staunch. A staunch right-winger. People were like, yeah, this is the one. Even though some of her arguments, go back and listen to them. Yes, she was saying what you agreed with, but her arguments were stupid. Fine, everybody was on her side. Oh, she's making a good point. At least she was opposed to all this identity politics. Of course, she was opposed to trans ideology, and she was always giving Lizzo and Cardi B a hard time. So everybody was happy with it, though it was stupid and ridiculous, but everybody was fine with it. She was opposed to climate change, though her argument is the website is .org and not .com and not .org. And everybody was like, yeah, Candace, keep going, girl. And that bulldog started attacking her own when she started talking about anti-Semitism, and they were like, no, you can't. That is terrible. That does not make sense. You are wrong. And the first time they told her she was wrong, just like how she did when the left told her she was wrong, she did the same thing to the Jews that told her, you are wrong. She turned on them, fought them, became a staunch anti-Semite, queen of conspiracy theories, close friends with Kanye West. And now Charlie is gone, and this is her opportunity to attack every person she once called a friend. And to those who are her friends now, thinking, oh, I'd rather not call her out. You are next. You are next. Everybody, like we say in Nigeria, everybody go collect. Everybody go collect. Everybody will collect from Candace Owens. She has enough to go round. Happy to hear that. Yep, it is amazing. This is the sad note upon which I will end. And I want to end with this scripture. It's a popular one. Everybody knows it. Even though they don't know from where it is in the scripture, but they know. 1 Corinthians 15, verse 33. Let me use my King James. New King James. 15, verse 33. Let me start from 29. But otherwise, what will they do who are baptized for the dead if the dead do not rise for all? Blah, blah, blah. I affirm by the boast that in you, which I have, I affirm by the boast in you, which I have in Christ Jesus our Lord, I die daily. If in the manner of men I have fought with beasts of Ephesus, what advantage is it to me? If the dead do not rise, let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we shall die. Do not be deceived. Evil companion or evil company corrupts good habits. Awake to righteousness and do not sin. For some do not have the knowledge of God. I speak this to your shame. I'll read it again. Do not be deceived. Evil company corrupts good habits. Evil, or like the old King James say, evil communication corrupts good manners. Evil company corrupts good habits. Awake to righteousness and do not sin. For some do not have the knowledge of God. And the some he's talking about here are some who claim to be Christians. So, for some do not have the knowledge of God. I speak this to your shame. And I hope the Christian conservatives are paying attention. I hope when they read their Bible, they hear the voice of God. And I hope we all take this as a lesson, because sometimes it's easy to say someone else should learn the lesson, but we ourselves should learn the lesson in our own lives. You understand? Brethren, I know I've forgotten to self-promote myself. How many times did I tell you people to buy me a coffee? I did not do it for the most part of this live stream. So please, guys, go to my buymeacoffee.com page. It is buymeacoffee.com/NIG perspective. Go there and give me money, okay? This is 4 hours. 4 hours live stream, guys. And I don't know if I'll do any live stream. I think I've done live stream for 2 days at this point. Well, guys, go out there and support the channel, subscribe, send me super chats or whatnot. I really appreciate every one of you for coming out and hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. And honestly, I started with laughing, but right now maybe the reality of just how ridiculous this whole thing is dawning on me, and it's just quite unfortunate. It is really quite unfortunate. Or maybe it's because I'm tired. I'm no longer in the mood to laugh, but it's really quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate who Candace Owens is, and the crowd and how she operates and everything about her. A lot of people would have to take responsibility for Candace Owens. And one of those people is the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire have to take a lot of responsibility for Candace Owens. She is a monster that they created. That's the truth. She's the monster they created. She's their Frankenstein. They have to take responsibility. They have to look themselves in the face and say, we did this one. This is on us. We did this. Many of them at the Daily Wire, I don't even talk. Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh will not even touch the subject. The only person with the bravery to do that is Andrew Clavin. But the rest are just going to let's not talk about it. When you talk about conservatives who call Candace out, you're talking Seth Dillon, Andrew Clavin, Steven Crowder, and a few others. Some others will tiptoe around it. Some others will not, This is a big problem. This is a big problem in the conservative movement, and I hope they recognize it before it's too late. But if there's anything I know about conservatives in America, is that they always recognize something when it is too late. Anyway, guys, it's been fun hanging out with every one of you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. If you want to escape the temptation to become like, see, the spirit in Candace Owens is hovering around the earth, looking for free vessels. Okay, I know you might be looking at Candace Owens and you'll be like, how can somebody be like this? The truth is, the spirit working in her is hovering around, and anyone who does not have the spirit of God in them, have that spirit that is in Candace, is just waiting for time and opportunity. The way to escape being controlled by the demonic forces that are really, really operational in Candace's work and life is to come to Christ. I'm telling you, and to hold him fast. Only Jesus can save you. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's where I'm going to leave it. Thank you all for coming to the live stream and listening to me. Thank you all for the chats. Thank you all for the likes. Thank you all for the comments. And thank you all for everything. I really appreciate every one of you. And hopefully we'll see again tomorrow. And on that note, I say peace.
It's a gut thing, okay? I don't know, but I know. Okay? I don't know, but I know. What are we to discern from all of this? I'll tell you my take on this. It's a gut thing, okay? I don't know, but I know. Okay? I don't know, but I know. It's a gut thing. I don't know, but I know. It's a gut thing. I don't know, but I know. It's a gut thing, okay? Make it make sense. It's very easy to debunk me, okay? Easy. Super internet, debunk me, okay? Easy. Super internet, debunk me, okay? Very easy. We've got other people that are doing different things, and it is, they do not want us to prod the narrative. So I'm going to assume doesn't make sense to prod the narrative. We've got other people. Doesn't make sense to prod the narrative. We've got other people. Doesn't make sense to prod the narrative. We've got other people that are doing different things. I don't know, but I know. Prod the narrative. I don't know, but I know. It's a gut thing. It's over. It's done. Wrap it up.